Chapter 522 Guxian. After entering the seclusion, Wang Wei took a short time to complete the scriptures for the chat group. And in the process, he understood the 5 elements law, shadow law, and 7 emotions 6 desire law. He also took time to understand pill law, talisman law, array law, and refinement law. He wanted to lay the foundation to comprehend the grand Tao source of these professions so he could refine emperor pills or emperor talismans in the future. Most emperors have to nourish quasi-emperor tier pills with their grand Tao source to elevate them to the emperor tier. However, such emperor pills are not nearly as effective as genuine the ones refined with pill Tao grand source. Moreover, there are other advantages that he learned from Wu Hong. For example, time acceleration arrays are useless against immortal tier cultivators unless it is some special or unique secret realms. But those would become useless after some point. In the upper dimension, time is both useless and the most valuable thing. These immortal cultivators do not have to worry about their lifespan, however, they have to spend a ridiculous amount of time cultivating. So, time acceleration formation is the solution to their problem. Unfortunately, as higher beings, they have a resistance to mortal-level time-related formations or abilities. However, time formation created by immortal cultivators would require someone who cultivated the array Tao to a very high level or someone who minored in array Tao and cultivated time Tao. Any of these two requirements are incredibly scarce, so any array master who sets time formation are sought after in the upper dimension. Another possible way to achieve the same result is have a paragon who can bend space-time at will or travel through the river of time like their backyard garden set up the formation. Wang Wei wanted to set the foundation for the future and leave an immortal tier time formation for the Tao opening sect since it did not have one. The miscellaneous emperor was the only emperor who cultivated array Tao as a minor Tao, but he did not cultivate time Tao, so he did not leave one behind. The sect has one of these unique secret realms with time acceleration, but most immortal powerhouses are now immune to them after using them for so long. Moreover, this secret realm's time acceleration is not as much as they would have wanted. After understanding these laws, Wang Wei underwent the law combination process. Cultivators can combine different laws in the law foundation stage to form others or evolve their laws. For example, fire law could evolve into pure yang law, water law into pure yin law. Or, they could combine mist law, cloud law, and tidal wave law into the higher form of water law. Another example is Wu Hong's sealing law. In this stage, she combined sealing laws, control laws, absorption laws, array laws, and a small aspect of the Tao of Heaven, knowledge law. As a result, her sealing law is both powerful and unique to her. There are many possibilities in this cultivation stage, and cultivators usually take their time in this realm. In this stage, Wang Wei combined the different laws based on his incarnations to create fate law, luck, destiny, space-time, samsara, order-disorder, and karma. Once that was done, he used yin-yang laws as the link to fuse his fate law with the freedom law, creating a unique fate law that encompassed both fatalism and free will. Inside Wang Wei's divine sea, the moment he finished establishing his primary law, the law seed shone with brilliant light before a small bud grew from the seed. He knew he had officially entered the law body stage, a stage that Wang Wei felt was unnecessary, primarily to him. In this stage, the cultivator's law will nourish their bodies and soul to make them stronger. However, since he is walking the path of true power Tao, he cannot use any laws to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Nevertheless, this is not why he felt this stage was useless. Wang Wei entered his space ring to test out something. His body suddenly grew to a size of over 300 meters. His ancestor created the law body stage by taking inspiration from the 9th cultivation stage of the pre-null era. It even has the same name. In this stage, cultivators can make their bodies humongous, thus drastically increasing their strength, speed, and defense. The reason Wang Wei found this thing useless is one, it was not as much a boost to him as he expected because of how strong his fleshly body was. Secondly, this technique becomes useless in the supreme realm because of the Dharma body. Even in the saint realm, people no longer use it since the domain was stronger and more versatile. Wang Wei theorized in the ancient emperor era, the method of fighting was different than the current time. The ancient cultivators relied way more on the law body than modern ones. Wang Wei cancelled the technique and returned to his standard size. Then, he took out a copy of the ancient cultivation system that he had to read about the law body realm. He was suddenly intrigued to know the difference. The law body is essentially the same as the Dharma body. Wang Wei thought the ancient cultivators could not walk the path of true power Tao since they use laws for their fleshly bodies. He was wrong. They used laws to reconstruct their bodies to be similar to primordial gods, while laws were used as a form of attack. So, for ancient cultivators, the enormous body is their real body while the human-sized one is them shrinking their bodies. The reason Wang Wei said law bodies and Dharma bodies were the same as in the quasi-emperor realm after a cultivator fused their Dharma body with their real body, the size of the Dharma body they cultivated in the supreme realm is now their real's bodies as well. In other words, the human shape Wang Wei's grandfather always took is not his real body, but a shrink version he used to interact with ordinary people. I feel I will be huge, muttered Wang Wei. He knew his Dharma body would be tall and powerful. If you add the other 8 Dharma bodies of his incarnations and the fiend god bloodline he will cultivate after proving the Tao, he will undoubtedly be huge. Wang Wei did not like the concept of fighting with a huge body. Instead, he preferred when his small frame displayed terrifying power that seemed abnormal compared to his size. Nevertheless, it was inevitable. He uttered while looking in one direction. Is it already time? He disappeared before appearing floating above the sect's sky. Looking in the distance, he saw a golden light that pierced the heavens. What's this? A secret realm opening? Asked Li Jun, who had just arrived. It seems quite arrogant, announcing its existence in the entire world like this, commented Yan Liling. But, does it belong to someone? Some emperor, perhaps. It belongs to Gu Xian, said Li Jun. How do you know? She asked. This thing is not even trying to hide. Yan Liling frowned before using her hand to calculate the secret of the heavens. You're right, it's not even trying to hide its existence. The deceiving heaven longevity art, said Li Jun as he looked in the distance. According to rumors, it is a Tao scripture that can allow a quasi-emperor to have a lifespan of over 90 million years. Who would not want it? That's not the real value of this scripture, said Wang Wei. Oh, is there some kind of secret? You know that Gu Xian once exchanged this technique to an emperor for a Tao soar seed. Yes, that's common knowledge. New novel chapters are published on, What most people don't know is after becoming a Tao ancestor, he modified his technique into an insurgent one. Seriously? How is that possible? Yan Liling was also surprised. As a new elder, she now has access to some secrets of the world and knows the importance of an insurgent cultivation technique, especially one not created by an emperor. The Tao of deception, replied Wang Wei. He created a way to deceive the grand Tao source. He was a being who controls the source instead of borrowing its power, thus granting him the power of a great emperor. This. Li Jun was at a loss for words. There should be some restraint, right? Most likely, there is a time limit he can use said power, but it does not change the fact this technique is still an insurgent one. So, no matter what, we must get our hands on it. Tao ancestors' cultivation is also based on the percentage of understanding of the grand Tao source. So, if this technique had a direct conversion rate based on the Tao ancestors' realm, it would be terrifying. For example, a Tao ancestor who has a 20% of grand Tao source comprehension could use the deceiving heaven longevity art to acquire the power of a pseudo-eternal emperor. And if their comprehension is higher than 20%, their strength would be even more intense. Now, Wang Wei knew it was unlikely for the conversation rate to be so powerful. But even if it was not, he could try to modify this technique in the future after he proved the Tao. Chapter 523 Gather, do we want to leave now? Asked Li Jun, who could foresee how many people would show up to participate in this secret realm. There is no need to rush. Since it announced itself so brazenly, it should wait for everyone to arrive, said Yan Liling. She's right. We must ensure the sect's affairs are in order before we leave. Afterward, Wang Wei called for a brief meeting with the other elders to check on the sect's development, especially the outward expansion into other worlds. Everything went smoothly in the past 5 years as many branches of the sect have been established, gathering talents and resources. Only one incident occurred in a Middle Thousand world ruled by a dynasty that revolted against the sect's establishment. Tai Gang was happy to stretch his muscle and dealt with it as swiftly as possible. The sect was still in the early stages of developing these worlds as they decided to take things slowly. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction at how things were proceeding. And after ensuring nothing was wrong, he left a clone to deal with any sudden issues that may arise. Finally, he left with Li Jun, Yan Liling, and another person. The group took a void boat instead of teleporting directly to their destination. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Red Sand Domain. There was only sand in this entire domain, moreover, the sand was light red instead of the usual yellow. And just like regular deserts, it was scorching in the daylight and freezing at night. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived underneath the sand, and when it was their dinner time, they would go up to the surface for a meal of human flesh. Despite the harsh environment, many humans lived in this domain, primarily cultivators. The sand is a treasure trove of resources, and loose cultivators like to hunt for them to sell. According to rumors, the sand is red because a great emperor once died in this domain, thus altering the environment. Over the years, this rumor has proven to be true. Many of the resources in this domain were nurtured by the blood and Tao rhyme of the emperor's body. The demonic beasts living in the sand also seem to have mutated because of something, most likely, the emperor's blood. The Great Talisman City took control of this domain numerous eras ago since the blood of the demonic beasts was great material for making talismans. However, they took a softer approach to control it. They allow loose cultivators to hunt for demonic beasts and resources, and they can exchange them for other things like pills, talismans, and weapons with the city. As a result of this approach, the Great Talisman City has an excellent reputation in this domain. However, Wang Wei guessed their approach was because this domain was too large and complicated to mine on their own. The demonic sand beasts live deep underground, so it is not easy to find them. The extreme temperature made the place almost inhabitable, especially in the long term. If the Great Talisman City had its disciple be the ones hunting for resources, it would require too many people, take a long time, or cost them too much. Meanwhile, having loose cultivators do the dirty work for them saved them a lot of money and the lives of many of their disciples who would perish in these hunts. Moreover, the city will make much more money when these loose cultivators exchange resources. After all, they are the ones who determine the price. Big brother, what are you thinking about? It's about how the Great Talisman City dealt with this domain. It was a brilliant idea to use loose cultivators. I guess it saved them a lot of money. I don't think so, replied Yan Liling. Oh, do you have a better plan? Don't you remember Big Brother's talk about the importance of large and cheap labors? As long as the city used a lot of puppets, they would not have an issue mining the resources in this domain. Li Jun smacked his lisp. I really don't like the concept of replacing manpower with construct. Wang Wei gave him a strange look. Since when did you become so conservative? Li Jun sighed. After the fiasco in the heavenly abode world, I've taken your advice and trained a puppet legion. However, it's just not the same with an army of flesh and blood. But the puppet legion can save many of your man's life, said Yan Liling. I know this, but I still don't like them. She was surprised as this was the first time she had heard of this. Since you don't like the puppets, doesn't that mean you also don't like the constructs in our domains? No, those are fine since they make mortals' lives better, easier, and more productive. So, your only problem is when machines are applied to the military. The source of this content is Frieden, vel CM, I guess so. I only feel that over-reliance on puppetry or machines would be detrimental in the long run. Over-reliance on anything is detrimental, said Wang Wei. Plus, the construct's purpose will always be an aid. Look at Liling's plan to develop this domain. Although it looked perfect on the surface, there is a glaring flaw: luck. Luck? I see, replied Yen Liling. Hunting the demonic beasts aside, the main reason the loose cultivators can find some precious resources in the sand is their natural luck. The puppets do not have that. Exactly. So, in the cultivation world, it is impossible to completely replace man-power with machine power. This is how the laws of heaven and earth are. This is part of the universe's order, said Wang Wei. We've arrived. He looked in the distance and could see many people he knew already waiting: Fang Lijuan, Feng Heng, Wang Yuan, Mo Xingyun, Zhen Biyu, and many of the top 30 heaven chosen from the Academy's trial. Additionally, many people recently rose and made a name for themselves. Wang Wei focused on them and called Qin Qin from the Origin Weapon Mountain. He sensed something and activated his true vision ability, and his lisp almost twitched. He saw a brilliant golden light surrounding Qin Qin's body. And from his eyes, he knew he had developed a new ability to see how much treasure a person has based on the light. How much treasure does this guy possess to make me develop a new ability? Wang Wei was speechless. His group's arrival caught the attention of many people. However, they took a position while waiting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei began to observe everyone around, focusing on someone specific. It was a short and petite woman of about 157 centimeters. She had an adorable face with big eyes and a small bump in the chest area that was almost unnoticeable in her bright yellow hanfu. Like most female cultivators, she had white skin. However, another noticeable thing about her appearance was her slim and nimble-like fingers. She seemed very enthusiastic as she talked to many people not from her faction. She had a natural charm that would make someone genuinely smile after a brief conversation. Tong Ruobing, something is odd about her. He felt an oddly familiar feeling but could not think where it came from. His fate reading technique he could now use undetected by most people was natural blocked by her, without her trying. He had an idea and used his soul network divine ability to look at her soul, and the same blockage occurred by a mysterious fog. The only time this occurs is when immortal tier things are related. So, she should have something of this caliber on her. However, Wang Wei was unsatisfied with this explanation as no one around appeared like her. And he did not believe any of these heaven chosens did not have a few immortal weapons, Dao weapons, and even emperor artifacts on them. So, why didn't his soul network show that he could not summon these people's souls as it did for Tong Ruobing? Let's pay attention to her. Wang Wei continued looking around, and he saw a few acquainted. Lu Qing and Wu Meng, whom he met during the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei admired this kid's boldness to join the Origin Rune Palace after learning what their founder did to his ancestor. Just as he was about to read this kid's fate line, he sensed something and raised his head. On the right, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in red riding a phoenix, Wu Feng Huang. Many people who could not tell the phoenix was a technique looked at her with awe. And even the ones who could tell had a severe look on as they gazed at how lifelike and realistic the phoenix was. Even the aura of an innate demon could be sensed from it. New novel chapters are published on Frieden, vel CM. Wang Wei already knew of her release, defeat of Xuan Wuxia, and absorbing his bloodline. It was such a significant event in the ancient clan that his fate's shadow guard could quickly learn of the news. On the left side was an enormous golden crow with 3 legs. After landing, the golden crow turned into a woman wearing martial clothes, a golden mark on her forehead that looked like a third eye, and shoulder-length hair. Is that? Muttered Li Jun. It should be the Golden Crow Emperor offspring, replied Wang Wei. How come she is in the void-shattering realm instead of the quasi-emperor realm? I would also like to know. Shadow 2, do you have any information on her? Yes, young sect master. Shadow 2 quickly controlled his emotion before handing him a talisman containing information about her. Boss Wang Ju was in retreat, so it was his turn to serve the big boss. He did not want to mess things up. Wang Wei used his divine sense to rapidly read the information he had on this woman called Jingwu Hua. There was not much information, to begin with. At some point, she had some issues with the other members of the Golden Crow clan. The reason for this conflict is unknown, but after the resolution, she disappeared for a long time before recently manifesting with a lower cultivation level but an increase in strength. Recultivation, thought Wang Wei as he gazed at her with a slight frown. He could sense the same fog that emanated from Tong Ruobing, which blocked all his detecting measures. Chapter 524 The Chosen's One. Recultivating does not always mean an increase in strength, but the people who can actively choose to do so are usually the determining kind. After all, how many people can abandon all their years of cultivation, turning themselves into weak mortals? If something goes wrong, they do not have ways to protect themselves. So, the fact that Jingwu Hua walked that path showed, at the very least, that she is a person of strong will. People who can survive the sealing process to wash away their karma are people with high-level Dao hearts, so Jingwu Hua's achievements are not that abnormal logically. After checking her out, Wang Wei focused on someone else, Mo Xingyun. He had suspicions about her since he knew that devouring Dao was an outlaw, but she seemed perfectly fine, without the outlaw aura or the need to undergo the trial. At first, Wang Wei thought she was using a tactic similar to Emperor Nine's Sons, where she hid her real Dao and only used the ability of her physique. But now, he had a feeling something more complicated was at play. Could she really be the pawn of the Heaven Devourer Emperor? Based on what he knew and analyzed from the Heaven Devourer Emperor, he was a selfish cultivator who only did things that benefited him. So, Wang Wei always wondered why he had descendants and even left the opportunity to inherit his devour physique. And after hearing about how some emperors used their descendant to revive themselves, he had suspicions about Mo Xingyun. What the Heaven Devourer Emperor did almost destroyed the Myriad Emperor world. After his exile to the Eternal Ascension world, some former emperors might have visited him and made him pay for his actions, thought Wang Wei. This was one of the reasons he could think of for the Heaven Devourer Emperor to need to use the backhand he left in the lower dimension. Since his name and deed in history still remained, it meant he was alive. However, it is also possible that the Myriad Emperor world's previous emperors destroyed his body and soul. So, he needed Mo Xingyun's help to revive. Of course, Wang Wei also acknowledged it could be something entirely different for Mo Xingyun's weirdness. He squinted his eyes as he analyzed all his information on her. He knew the weirdness began after the Academy's trial. Back then, he could easily read her fate line, and nothing appeared abnormal about her. So, what happened after that which changed her? The gluttony swallowing scripture. Not long afterward, she possessed it, so it could be the catalyst for her change. Wang Wei quickly denied this conclusion because she appeared normal during the beach party where he planted the secret karma thread on her. Then, he suddenly squinted his eyes and realized the line was gone. He did not even notice it was gone until now, adding to another anomaly. Could an immortal powerhouse have removed it for her? Wang Wei denied this possibility. Wu Hong placed a seal on those threads to prevent detection from this level of cultivators. She told him the only way for a person to remove the thread is for the people who have it on them to detect it with their ability and remove them themselves. So, is Mo Xingyun this powerful now? Or is she now a master of Karma Dao? Wang Wei felt he was missing something and his brain rapidly worked. Then, he remembered someone, Zhang Xian from the Dao Worshipping Academy. Mo Xingyun has been after his number 7 boundless void physique for many years. Wang Wei used the karma thread he placed on the ladder during the beach episode to check on his situation since he was not here. Dead? No, but very close. Plus, he lost his heavenly physique. He discovered the latter had only his primordial spirit left, but it was so faint that it appeared as if it would disappear at any time. What's more, the law fragment from his soul was no longer present. So, Mo Xingyun finally got him. Is he the catalyst for her change? Unfortunately, there was too little information, so Wang Wei decided to observe her in the secret realm. While deep thinking, Wang Wei sensed something and looked in another direction. And he was not the only one. All the people present looked in the same direction, whether women or men, old or young, rich or poor, and handsome or ugly. A woman of unparalleled beauty stood on top of a magical artifact in the shape of a golden lotus with 2 people behind her. Unfortunately, her beauty eclipsed these people so much that no one even noticed them. The most beautiful woman of this generation, Su Shi, muttered one of the cultivators present. Despite her eyes, Su Shi remained composed, without a single hint of emotions on her face. Unlike her previous bright color dresses, she now had black martial clothes that fitted her body, perfectly suited for battle. Furthermore, she had the aura of a powerhouse, forcing people to no longer see her as just a pretty face. She glanced at everyone present before stopping on Wang Wei for a few seconds. Without saying anything else, she took a spot to wait. Everyone then waited as the bright golden light in the distance slowly thinned out, indicating the secret realm was about to open. Wang Wei looked around as he noticed some people did not show up. Sun Jiaolong, the sea race, the demonic race, which was understandable, and more importantly, the Yang clan's emperor offspring. He thought he would show up since the golden crow came. After a few hours of waiting, the light disappeared, and a space channel appeared. The people around looked at each other, wondering who would be the first to enter. However, Jingwu Hua turned into a golden flame and rushed toward the entrance. Her actions seemed to have sparked the competitive spirit of the other Heaven Chosens, so they rushed toward the entrance as well with maximum speed. Only a few people waited outside: Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, Wang Wei, and his group, Zhen Biyu and Su Shi. Wang Wei glanced at her with a slight surprise. Feng Heng and Huang Yuan are old geezers that have probably lived for 1,000,000 years at the minimum, so he understood their cautions. Zhen Biyu's pure heart and mind makes her uninterested in competition such as this. But, he did not expect Su Shi to be so cautious. However, thinking about what she experienced, it's normal for her to be careful when doing things. Wang Wei looked at the space channel and sensed nothing happened to the people inside. He then did quick divination to determine possible danger for him. After not finding anything, he looked in the sky as he sensed Ancestor Wuxing's presence. He guessed many immortal powerhouses were secretly watching this secret realm, so he became reassured. In the Qi Luck trial, he used the name of the Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art to lure many of his competitors to a secret realm before exploding it. He did not want the same tactic to be used against him. Then, he flew to the channel with his group. Wang Wei found himself in a spacious environment with all the people who entered waiting. He saw the Heaven Chosens waiting at the front, so he flew and landed there as well. In front of him was a child floating in the air. The odd thing was he only had an upper torso, while his lower part resembled that of a genie from Earth. Furthermore, the child had a weird mask on his face. Half the mask had a naive smile, and the other had a cunning and vicious one. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin," the child said, but his voice was that of an old woman instead of a child. A secret realm spirit that embodies deception. This Gu Xian might be a man who enjoys spectacles, thought Wang Wei. My name is Qin Wendian, but you can call me Lord Spirit. As you can guess, this secret realm is to select worthy candidates to inherit my master's scripture. Now, let's begin the first stage selection. The Lord Spirit waved his hand to manifest countless tokens, which then flew around the candidates and scanned them. Not even a few seconds of scanning, the token landed in Wang Wei's hand. Then, 2 tokens floated in front of Yan Liling and Li Jun. After scanning them, the token seemed to look at them and Wang Wei before flying away. The selection process took over an hour, and to everyone's surprise, only 6 people were chosen: Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Wu Fenghuang, Jingwu Hua, Su Shi, and Tong Ruobing. Congratulations to the 6 of you, you are qualified for the next round. Lord Spirit, are these the only people? Asked one of the cultivators. That's correct. Isn't that unfair? It is. But if you feel you are more qualified, you are more than happy to take it from them. With these words, 95% of people have already given up. New novel chapters are published on FreeWeb. Oh, welcome. When is the next round? Asked Wang Wei. In 1 month. Can we bring other people with us? If you wish to do so. As he said these words, it seemed as if the cunning side of his mask became alive and was smiling. Wang Wei squinted his eyes before asking, are there going to be heaven chosens from other world communities in the second round? Muttered Lord Spirit as he focused on Wang Wei, looking at him up and down. Very astute. You're correct, there will be many of them. The other 4 immediately became serious as they realized it would not be so easy to get this inheritance. However, a fighting intent soon flashed across these people's eyes. They wanted to compete with heaven chosen of other world communities to see who was better. Wang Wei was also excited, but not only because he could compete with heaven chosens of other world communities. It was also because the opportunity to expand his soul network finally arrived. By then, he won't have to worry about gathering resources for his incarnations. Are there any more questions? Asked Lord Spirit. In that case, you can leave. Chapter 525 Undercurrents. After exiting the secret realm, the other cultivators surrounded the chosen 6. Wang Wei frowned before releasing a spiritual pressure that covered the entire group. Then, 99% of these people passed out on the floor, leaving only the ones with heaven-chosen titles and a few others with real abilities. He then looked at the remaining people standing and said, who amongst you is brave enough to get this token from my hand? He stood in front of these people, not releasing any aura or using any technique. However, his very presence placed tremendous pressure on all the people present. They knew it was not worth trying to get a token from this monster. On the unlikely chance they would succeed, they would be in terrible shape and unable to leave this place as others could take advantage of them. Since I was not chosen, it means that this inheritance is not destined with me, said Jinbiyu before jumping on a sword and flying away. She did not hesitate, and there seemed to be no regret in her decision. Wang Wei looked at her departed back before looking at this group again. His eyes focused on Mo Xingyun, making the latter slightly tremble before regaining her bearing and smiling like a cunning fox. A few seconds after not receiving an answer, Wang Wei flew away with his group, hopped inside his void boat before returning to the sect. All the others looked at his back with gritted teeth. They thought the power of law could allow them to catch this monster. But now, they realize this monster will not stop growing nor wait for them to catch up. Why don't we stop to watch the upcoming battle? Asked Yan Liling. It will not be as much of a battle. The other 5 know best not to reveal their strength now, so they will most likely rush back home and wait for a month, said Li Jun. Follow current novels on FreeWeb. OVL. Calm, it would still be interesting to see how they run home while protecting themselves from the others. Shadow 2 will record the fight. Furthermore, our presence will make these guys more reserved for fear we sneak attack them. Li Jun then looked at Wang Wei. Is something wrong? You seem to be in a rush. I just had a revelation that I needed to cultivate more of my incarnations if I want to win this inheritance. Li Jun squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Do you think there is a heaven chosen from other communities who would require the strength of your incarnations to defeat them? That's the greatest possibility, but I could not divine any more information. After arriving home, Wang Wei directly went to see Ancestor Wuqing. You're going to do something reckless again, aren't you? That's why I'm here to see you, to ensure it is not dangerous. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. What is it this time? I need more time energy for my incarnation. So, I plan to steal some from the Chrono Chaos realm. So what do you think? Why the sudden hurry? Wang Wei then explained the information the Lord's Spirit revealed about other world communities heaven chosen and the divination he recently made. Taking this information into account, Wang Wuqing thought about the feasibility of this plan. With your time Dao and my protection, it should not be a problem to survive for some time in the Chrono Chaos realm, as long as you don't go deep inside, that is. However, the time energy inside is very chaotic. Would you be able to purify it? No problem. Wang Wuqing did not immediately agree. Instead, he thought about other possible dangers. Give me a moment before I decide. After saying that, he disappeared from his secret realm. Deep inside the Dao opening sect, a sigh came from an ordinary coffin. This kid better worth all the trouble, said Origin 1. I'll tell Turtle 1 to secretly protect you too in case something goes wrong. Wang Wuqing nodded in excitement. Turtle 1 was one of the most powerful insurgents of the sect. He sacrificed most of his attack abilities for defense, surpassing Sword 1 and Origin 1 in this area. Turtle 1 could survive a few days under the attack of a regular Eternal Emperor by relying simply on his defense. He became the ultimate shield if he used the sect's array as a boost. He is one of the main reasons the sect has survived for so long. One of his most remarkable feats is he survived an attack against all the 9 devil gods with middle-level injuries and protected the sect from a few Eternal Emperors during the Devil Era. Wang Wuqing quickly thanked Origin 1 before returning to see Wang Wei and accepting his offer. The latter did not waste time and headed straight for the Chrono Chaos realm in the southern part of the central continent. The entrance to this forbidden land is a mountain surrounded by spatial disturbance. Any person without sufficient strength who approached this place would be teleported to some unknown location in the Myriad Emperor world or possibly the Endless Void. Or they would be shredded apart by the spatial currents coming from the mountain. Luckily, Wang Wei and Wang Wuqing were not among the people who could not even reach the mountain's entrance, which was a cave. Before entering, Wang Wei created a transparent barrier with his time law to cover the two of them, and Wang Wuqing boosted the shield. Wang Wei looked at his surrounding. Everything was red, including the sky, clouds, and even the earth. He looked at the sky and saw a bunch of ancient clocks with characters instead of numbers. These clocks would constantly appear and disappear. Language from the pre-null era, thought Wang Wei as he observed the clocks. He then sensed the power of his time barrier and whether it would hold up. No problem. This is a great place to temper the body. Excuse me. After you prove the Tao, instead of destroying this forbidden land, turn it into a secret realm to temper the body. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he felt some more debt was suddenly added to his head. If he could make this level of secret realm, primarily the immortal body refiners would benefit. That's a good idea. After I prove the Tao, I will also need some ways to temper my body. And I doubt divine punishment thunder would last long anyway. Then, Wang Wei began his work. He summoned his 108 future Buddhist self, placing them in specific positions to enact an array. Once everything was set up, he activated the array. A few minutes later, a translucent crystal appeared in the middle of the array. Success, muttered Wang Wei as he sensed the pure time energy inside. Then, he focused on the remaining chaotic nature, and an idea popped into his mind. He absorbed it while running the Future Buddha book. A few minutes later, a phantom of the 109th future Buddhist self appeared behind him, and Wang Wei opened his eyes with excitement. This place was simply his heaven. So, he sat down to continue refining the time crystals. Divine Tao League, Fong Lijuan sat cross-legged with a pale complexion inside a secret room. She had a scar running down from her face to her upper torso and a burn mark on the left part of her face. Damn it, it will take me hundreds of years to heal these injuries, she thought with gritted teeth, thinking about how she ended up in this terrible shape. The battle for the token was quick and fierce. Not long after Wang Wei, countless runes suddenly appeared on Tong Rubing's body, and she disappeared. No one could detect her or where she left, and even her method was somewhat strange. Fong Lijuan did not waste time and entered the invisible mode. Her first target was the member of the ancient clan, Hua Feng Huang. Her tactic first worked as she bypassed the latter's detection and stabbed her heart. But to Fong Lijuan's horror, her crystal sword only penetrated the skin while the muscles prevented it from going deeper. Nevertheless, she persisted and decided to use a more powerful attack or a stack one. Unfortunately, her opponent's eyes suddenly changed, and before she could barely react, a bright red flame rushed to annihilate her. Luckily, her bloodline activated to encase her in a protective crystal, barely saving her life. She quickly used a technique to make her injuries invisible and healed. Regrettably, these flames were very persistent, and she could only recover 60% of them. Then, Fong Lijuan targeted Feng Heng. As someone with the yin-yang eyes, he was the nemesis of her invisible law. Thinking about it now, she realized how silly of a mistake she had made. During this all-out confrontation, Feng Heng confronted Huang Yuan, who immediately used his life and death book. However, the young Taoist encased his enemy in a dome made of a yin-yang diagram. The diagram separated yin from yang and thus, tried to separate the book's innate life and death laws. Huang Yuan became scared as he knew the consequences if something happened to his book, so he tried his best to prevent this from happening. And in the process, he became useless in the fight. Then, Fong Lijuan took this opportunity to sneak attack Feng Heng. However, the young Taoist calmly looked in her direction, took out a black and white sword, and slashed it, almost severing her into two. After this injury, she was incapacitated, so she returned home to heal. I need a way to make me completely undetected by these people with pupil techniques and also increase my attacking strength. The laws of darkness, shadow, and even space could be the answer. Fong Lijuan began to plan for the law foundation stage. However, she felt none of these were enough to compete with these monsters. Then, she sensed something and took out a talisman. As expected, none of these six lost their token. She frowned as she pondered deeply. These six are a problem and must be dealt with no matter what. Then, she used a talisman to contact a few people and waited. Chapter 526 I agree. Fong Lijuan stood in a room with a magic array above her head. A few minutes later, a few projections appeared in the room. I'm glad you accept my invitation, she said. What is your purpose? Be blunt, said Huang Yuan. You are all intelligent people, so you should guess my purpose. An alliance, said Fong Lijuan. These six are currently too powerful a Euro, especially Wang Wei Euro, and might remain so until the heaven will battle. So, we must band together and get rid of them first before we fight amongst ourselves. I don't need anyone else's help to defeat these people. Is that so? Do you think having an innate treasure with outlaw Daos makes you a big shot? Commented Sun Jiaolong. Without that book, you are essentially useless. Are you the one talking? Are you even worthy of being called a heaven chosen without your sword? Huang Yuan snapped back. You weren't even present for the secret realm, and something tells me it's because you were too scared. Sun Jiaolong sneered but did not say anything more. It was a calculated move not to participate in this secret realm. He figured his chances were low acquiring the inheritance. And even if he did succeed, he would not be able to keep it. The other powerful emperor lineages would pressure him and his dynasty to hand it over. And with the Great Wu dynasty's weakness, he does not believe they could withstand the pressure. Now that all the men have finished showing their ego, let's talk about the alliance, said Imo Xingyun. I think it's a great idea, but we can do more. What do you have in mind? Asked Fang Lijuan. We can invite the other 5 except for Wang Wei, he's the real threat. That's pointless. I know Tong Ruobing, she would never accept the invitation, said Qin Qin. Not now, but not necessarily after the second round. What do you mean? Be direct, said Fang Lijuan while looking at Imo Xingyun, who smiled cunningly. I can honestly tell you once Wang Wei reaches his peak strength, he will be able to slaughter all of us in a few minutes. And not just him, Di Tian is the same as well. The others frowned. Aren't you being a little dramatic? There is no way the gap is this big, asked Huang Yuan. Have any of you heard of the 9 Extremities Foundation? They looked at each other before shaking their head. Then Imo Xingyun explained what it was, making the expression of the others very ugly. Then they returned to normal. I know what you're thinking, but it's futile. Even if you were to try to walk the same path as Wang Wei, you would fail. Anyway, I know you will try anyway. When Imo Xingyun learned about this information, she also wanted to walk on the path of establishing this supreme foundation, but she did not meet the requirement and failed. And it was not because of the enormous amount of resources required. Back to the main topic, said Qin Qin. What do you mean the others will join us? After they experience the horror of Wang Wei's strength, a few of them should be susceptible to the idea of an alliance. Your plan is feasible, and we can draw other people into our alliances, said Fang Lijuan. But if Wang Wei and Di Tian are so powerful, does it make sense to unite? Yes, more than ever, added Imo Xingyun. We will use tactics, underhanded methods, and large numbers to wear out these 2 before killing or taking their powers. Wang Wei has Li Jun and other generals to protect him. And I'm assuming it is the same for Di Tian. So, these tactics might not work on them, said Qin Qin. Then we need to unite our generals to quickly take out theirs before we get to them, commented Sun Jiaolong. The group became quiet, pondering the feasibility of this alliance. Although it looked good on the surface, there are bound to be many issues, mostly involving the class of their egos. Nevertheless, this might be the only option they have for now. How about we take some time before making a decision, said Huang Yuan. Then, they all looked at each other before nodding and ending the communication array. Western continent, Imo Xingyun smiled after everything ended, she could guess these people wanted to test the 9 Extremities Foundation. It's a shame they will be disappointed. As expected, almost a month later, they regrouped for another discussion. So, have you tried? Asked Imo Xingyun, and no one responded to her. Can you tell us what we are missing? Asked Qin Qin. You can name your price. Are you sure you want to know? It won't change anything. After seeing the determination in these people's eyes, she smiled before telling them her price. A bit expensive, muttered Huang Yuan. I know your Divine Tao League is poor, so you can owe me a favor instead, said Imo Xingyun, making Fang Lijuan grit her teeth. No need. I can still afford such a price. Imo Xingyun shrugged her shoulder before sending the group a soul contract with her signature. And after they all signed, she told him the reason for their failure. Sun Jiaolong sighed, is the difference between us so great? Now you understand, added Imo Xingyun. Of course, you guys could still walk the orthodox path like Di Tian. Everyone sneered. Who wants to keep reincarnating while suffering countless trials and tribulations? How do you know so much? Asked Fang Lijuan. You don't need to know that. Now, what about our alliance? Any decision? I agree, said Qin Qin, without hesitation. He remembered the humiliation he suffered at Su Shi's hands in front of the secret realm. He did not want to feel so weak and powerless again. I agree, Sun Jialong said. Wang Wei took the human destiny sword from him, ruining a lot of his plan and drastically weakening him. Although the demon destiny sword has made up for some of his losses, it was not enough. Furthermore, he has not discovered the sea race's destiny sword. I agree, said Huang Yuan while clutching his hand. All his life, he has been undefeated, suppressing anyone who stood in his way to the top. However, after coming to the Myriad Emperor world, he has suffered defeats after defeats. Although he had adjusted his mindset years ago, sometimes, he could not help but wonder whether it would be best to remain an overlord in the lower realm than suffer this kind of humiliation at the hands of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan did not regret his decision. He did not want to be a phoenix amongst a group of chickens. I agree, said Fang Lijuan, the person with the least emotional change after this decision since she facilitated this alliance. Over the years, she had to learn to control her pride and not be influenced by her bloodline or the false glory of the Divine Tao League. So, no matter the method used, she must prove the Tao. I also agree, said Imo Xingyun with her usual charming smile that seems like she's always scamming somebody. Despite her calm demeanor, she feared that some of these people would be scared by her information and decide to seal themselves and compete with another generation. Luckily, these people know that this glorious age is a time full of destiny, granting them the highest chance of becoming an eternal emperor. In any other generation, they have to rely entirely on their natural talent. Unfortunately, no one here can confidently say they could accomplish such a feat. If we want to form an alliance, we must hide from Wang Wei for a while. His fate-reading ability is really annoying, said Sun Jiaolong. However, he will learn of this alliance eventually. Most likely, but the longer we can hide from him, the more advantageous the situation is for us, said Imo Xingyun. Plus, we also need to guard against his fate's shadow guards. These pesky things seem to have amazing infiltrating abilities. Do you know something we don't? Asked Fang Lijuan. I know a lot of things you don't. For example, D. Tian sleepers are even more elite than Wang Wei's Fate Shadow Guard. So, I will sell you guys some method to prevent them from infiltrating your armies in general. Army and general. Wait, does that mean these two have already infiltrated our factions? Asked Sun Jiaolong. What do you think? So, you'll help keep our armies pure, but not our faction. It's too risky if you guys started to clean up your factions. Wang Wei would notice something wrong. Plus, my methods do not guarantee you can find all their spies. Everyone in this room was intelligent, so they quickly caught into something. In these short 2 meetings, Imo Xingyun managed to shift the power balance of the entire alliance in her favor. Without them even realizing it, she became the de facto leader, and there seems to be nothing they can do to change that fact. Do we need a name for our alliance? Asked Imo Xingyun, who could guess what these people were thinking. I say we call it the Suppressing Fate Alliance. How does the name make sense if we target Di Tian and Wang Wei? I like the name, plus, I feel he is more of a threat. The others looked at each other before nodding in agreement. In the current stages of the alliance, Imo Xingyun had the advantage. So, it's no problem to bend to her when it comes to minor things such as this. Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei opened his eyes before muttering, the month is already approaching. He then looked at all the crystals before him with a smile. He raised his head to look at the 360, future Buddha's self, and his smile became more radiant. Are you done? Asked Wang Wuqing. Yes. We can leave. But can I come back to cultivate? Bring back the deceiving heaven longevity art, and you can do whatever you want. Wang Wei smiled, don't go back on your words. Then, the 3, left this eerie place. And as soon as Wang Wei arrived outside, he received a communication talisman from Shadow 2 about the battle in front of the secret realm. Chapter 527 Accord Wang Wei watched the battle through the talisman. He first saw what happened to Feng Lijuan and Huang Yuan before watching what happened to others. A primordial aura emanated from Su Shi's body before punching Qin Qin with enormous force. An innate defensive armor appeared on his body, followed by dozens quasi-emperor tier defensive artifacts. However, her punch broke these artifacts before sending Qin Qin flying away. From what Wang Wei can determine, he was probably uninjured, but the punch sent him flying so far away that he was out of the fight. After that, a few unimportant mobs tried to stop Su Shi, but she flew past them to go home. Meanwhile, after suppressing Huang Yuan and injuring Feng Lijuan, Feng Hing turned into a black and white rainbow before flying away. No one could stop his speed. A few people tried to set up a formation to defeat Wu Feng Huang, but she released an aura that instantly suppressed these people and rendered them immobile. Then, she grew Phoenix's wings on her back before flying away. Mo Xingyun attacked Jingwu Hua. With a wave of her hand, numerous spatial cuts attacked her opponent. However, the latter did not move an inch. Every time the slashes approached her, they would burn upon contact with her. After a few attacks, Mo Xingyun frowned before stopping and leaving, and Jingwu Hua flew to the sun. She's not even trying, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He then returned home before getting busy. There was a transplanar transmission array in the sect connected to the worlds his incarnations habited. He had the puppets he left there to protect these worlds and build it for immediate access to them in case of an emergency. Wang Wei used them to add the time crystals in the time acceleration arrays. The next day, he prepared his team to go to the second round of the trial. This time around, it was him, Li Jun, and Shadow 2 who went. Tai Gang was in another Middle Thousand world, and Yan Liling entered seclusion to continue working on the automated cauldron. Wang Wei injected his origin essence into the token. A flash of light enveloped the three, and they disappeared. And as soon as they arrived at their destination, Wang Wei did not check the environment but took out a talisman. "Ancestor, are you there?" "Yes, I've followed you." "How is the situation?" "There are many other immortal powerhouses from other world communities." "As expected." "Well, thank you for everything." "Don't mention it." After putting the talisman away, he finally looked around to notice his environment. He was currently in an ancient city with many houses. With a quick check around, he found nothing unusual. Some information appeared in his mind, pointing him to his mansion's location. Wang Wei followed it to arrive at a region of the city where a group of villas was placed together. He looked in the distance and saw Feng Hang and Wu Feng Huang had just arrived. "It seems we are grouped based on our world community." Wang Wei looked at their mansion for a moment before raising his hand to create a small cube in his palm. He controlled the cube to enter the house, which emanated strange spatial fluctuation for a moment before returning to normal. The three then walked into the mansion. The odd thing is, after reaching 5 meters from it, they suddenly disappeared and reappeared in this ample space. The mansion was in the middle of the space, and the surrounding was vast green plains. In the blue sky full of clouds, the sun shone brightly. A secret realm. The young master can instantly create such a large secret realm with a perfect ecosystem, thought Shadow 2 under his hood. Cultivators can create secret realms or small dimensions in the void-shattering realm. However, the process is different for everybody based on their capabilities. Most cultivators require days to create their secret realm, let alone the ecosystem. And some weak ones cannot even do it without help from things like void stone or other spatial elements resources. Wang Wei did not know about Shadow 2's internal turmoil as he raised his hand in the sky to create countless arrays. As for his current feat, it is nothing but a combination of space and order law. With spatial law, it is easy for him to create a dimension instantly. As for the environment, He used order laws to establish the rules of this dimension, changing it from its disorder state to a state of order. He established the rules that there needs to be grass, a blue sky, clouds, and shining sun, and so these things appeared to form a coherent and natural environment, a place or order. After establishing the arrays, the group entered the mansion and saw the shocked look of the servants chosen to serve their daily life. Wang Wei read these people's fate line and determined nothing was wrong with their background, so he left them. Meanwhile, outside, Feng Heng and Jingwu Hua looked at the mansion that seemed no different from usual. However, their eyes could see this mansion was no longer in the same space as them. Feng Heng saw the most with his eyes and could only sigh at this beautiful application of laws. After sighing, he entered his mansion before setting up arrays too. "So, what is our next step of action?" asked Li Jun while looking around. "We need to contact the other 5, said Wang Wei before taking out 5 jade talismans that flew into the others' mansions. A few minutes later, the others' projections appeared before him. "Lady Hua, it's been a while since we last met and chatted." "How have you been?" said Wang Wei with a smile. "Very well, actually. How about you, young Master Wang?" "To be frank, the past few thousand years have not been great. However, I'm here and breathing, I guess I should not complain." "Lady Jingwu, Lady Tong, I believe this is our first meeting." "Believe it or not, I know a lot about you," said Tong Ruobing with a sweet and innocent smile. "Oh, how so?" "Not important. But I owe a lot of my success to you." "Is that so?" "That's news to me," replied Wang Wei, thinking about the slight karmic connection he sensed he had with her after seeing her for the first time in the secret realm. It's a shame he could not gather more information with it. "Lady Su, I'm deeply sorry for your loss." "Are you?" asked Su Shi back. "No, but it costs nothing to say a few nice words, so why not say it?" Su Shi squinted her eyes at him but did not say more. "I don't mean to be rude, but can you please be direct with your purpose," said Jingwu Hua. "I never liked you humans' concept of small talk or pleasantries." "So be it," said Wang Wei, not minding her words. "Before the second round, I want us to come to a small agreement. Don't sell each other's information." The 5 pondered the significance of these words. In this competition, information will become valuable. One of the first things many people will do is gather as much information as possible on the heaven chosens from different communities. And one of the fastest ways to gather information is to exchange information from people in your world community with others. Or maybe even sell it for a high price. However, this agreement would make it harder for foreign competitors to acquire information about them, thus providing them some leverage. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the website. "I agree," said Tong Ruobing, then the others did as well, including the quiet Feng Heng and somber Su Shi. The only person who did not say anything was Jingwu Hua, who frowned while still deep in thought. This accord was not beneficial to her at all. It could even be said it targeted her. Jingwu Hua never showed up since the beginning of this generation, so the information about her was minimal to the point of being useless. She is an emperor offspring. So, signing this accord was detrimental since she could not sell these people's information. The problem is if she said no, she could tell they would immediately band together to suppress her even before the trial began. She squinted her eyes, looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes before saying, "I agree." "Excellent. I will send the contract." Wang Wei used a contract he created. It involved a soul contract and a grand Tao oath, which is even more restrictive than a personal oath or a heavenly Tao oath. Anyone who violates it would suffer a terrible backlash. He also ensured there was no loophole, like although they could not sell the information, someone close to them could sell it. He is so meticulous because he did not know whether emperor offsprings had the natural ability to resist contracts or oath backlash. So, he wanted to be careful. Nevertheless, he also understood this method would not entirely prevent others from acquiring information about them. After all, cultivators could use many investigative techniques to obtain information. After everyone signed the agreement, they ended the communication to do their things. Wang Wei then sent Shadow 2 to investigate. Now that he had time, Wang Wei decided to check on his chat group. Chapter 528 Debt Paying Mad King. I just entered the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, Tier 3, and destroyed at least 10 small sections. Great day. Scholar, how many sects have you destroyed? Don't you feel guilty for all the lives in your hand? Mad King, guilt? What is that? Anyway, I have absorbed these people's flesh, blood, and soul in exchange for many karma points. Now, I have some income to spend. Scholar, I still think giving people like you power is wrong. Doctor, I concur with this sentiment. Mad King, you guys just don't have what it takes to reach the top of the cultivation world. I bet you goody two-shoes are still in the body refining realm because you won't use drastic measures for cultivation. Doctor, for your information, I'm now at the peak of the true Yuan realm, Tier 2, and about to enter the Meridian Opening realm. Scholar, I'm already in the middle stage of the Meridian Opening realm. Mad King, how is that possible? How can you be so quick? Scholar, you're not the only one who can use luck to cultivate. Mad King, did you also become the king of a dynasty? No, your temperament and ideals do not fit the sovereign path. Did you become the prime minister of a fortune dynasty? Scholar, ha. Despite your title, you're pretty intelligent. Mad King, what a rude bastard. Whatever. Doctor, how come your cultivation is so fast? Doctor, I don't know, talent. Mad King, please. Who amongst us is not talented? Otherwise, we would not be there. Doctor, in that case, I don't know. Mad King, give me a moment. A few minutes later. Mad King, I know, you're using the power of incense. Doctor, what do you mean? Mad King, every time you treat a patient that thanks you with their heart, their emotions turn into incense which boosts your cultivation level. This is part of your cultivation technique. Doctor, how fascinating. Wait, how do you know this? Mad King, I use the search function. Scholar, elaborate, please. Mad King, don't you guys know? If you want to know something, you can use the search function. Then, an answer will be given to you along with the price for that answer. Assassin, Mad King, are you rich? Mad King, compared to you lots, I guess I am. Assassin, then, can you lend me some karma points? Mad King, can't you buy whatever you want with a loan? Assassin, I tried that, but it said I could not receive any more loans because of the high debt from the cultivation technique. Mad King, what do you want to buy? And why do you want to buy it? Please tell the truth. Assassin, fine. I was part of an organization that took orphans at a young age and trained them with cruel methods to be assassins for hire. After getting the cultivation technique and reaching the true Yuan realm, I slaughtered everybody for what they did to me. However, I also learned they were nothing but a mortal branch of one of the top factions in the cultivation world. So, I need to buy a Tier 9 talisman to destroy that faction. Inside a throne room, the Mad King sat on his golden dragon throne with his eyes closed. After reading that Assassin wanted to buy a Tier 9 level resource, he hesitated. Even with all the sects he slaughtered, he barely had enough karma points to purchase a Tier 6 resource, so how could he lend her his money? Additionally, why would she need such a high-level resource? There are plenty of ways for her to hide and remain undetected through the chat group. So, things were not as simple as Assassin stated. Nevertheless, the Mad King quickly thought about something he recently realized: the cultivation technique he cultivated was powerful beyond measure. In one of the small sects he destroyed, he found an incomplete cultivation technique that belonged to a powerful sect in his world. And that sect is one of the most powerful factions in the entire world. The Mad King then compared that technique with the one he cultivated, and he could only say it was dog shit when compared. Although that technique only contained the first two realms, he could still see the vast difference. So, he had an idea. Mad King, I agree to lend you all my points, but I have a few conditions. Assassin, please say. Mad King, firstly, I want a 5-time return on borrowed points. Assassin, deal. Assassin thought he would ask more, and she was prepared to be taken advantage of. Mad King, secondly, I want you to train a group of elite assassins for me, and they must obey me and only me. Don't leave any secret backhand on them so you can control them when needed. Assassin pondered for a moment and realized the Mad King's purpose was to take advantage of the uniqueness of her cultivation technique. Like him, she also learned how unique it was. Before that, she planned to change to another one after reaching the martial intent realm, tier 4, to not pay for all the karma points. After all, with this technique, she could understand shadow and space intent. Then, all she had to do was switch to another decent technique and integrate her intent into that technique. Unfortunately, after infiltrating and stealing a few techniques from tier 4 and 5 sects, she realized how horrible these native techniques were compared to the one she's using. And although she had not seen those tier 9 sects techniques, she did not think they would be as good as hers. Assassin, I agree with your condition. But how do I get the trained people to you? Mad King, as I said before, you guys need to use the search function more often. We can travel to each other's worlds through transmission arrays. The only issue is the high price. However, there are less expensive options like paying for a void boat voyage, but those take time to travel between worlds. But you can also pay extra to expedite the voyage. The other four became serious after learning this news. This information changed the dynamic of the entire group. Assassin, good to know. Does anyone else want to lend me some money? No one answered her. Assassin, I'm willing to return you 3 times the amount. Still no answer. Assassin, I thought you guys were smart. I can't believe the Mad King is the only wise man here. New novel chapters are published on LibRead. CM, Scholar, what do you mean by that? Assassin, after I destroy the tier 9 sect, I will have access to all their resources so that I won't lack any karma points. So, there is no need to worry about repaying you. Scholar. Doctor. Mad King, she could even lend some karma points afterward to destroy tier 9 sects in our world so we can have more resources. Assassin, exactly. Plus, Scholar, I doubt you won't need my help training a few elite assassins for you. Scholar, fine, I'll lend you my money. Don't forget your promise. Although Scholar considered himself a loyal minister, he understood the mind of a sovereign is fickle. So, there is nothing wrong with having some secret force underneath him. Doctor, me too. The doctor was slightly guilty that his action would result in the death of countless people. However, he had a sense of urgency after learning they could travel to each other worlds. He needed to be as strong as possible to protect his world from the very likely invasion of these people, especially the Mad King. So, he told himself it was alright since he was not the one killing these people, the karma of their death should not fall on his head. Butcher, I just got online and read the conversation. I'll also lend you some of my savings. Afterward, the group sent Assassin their karma points using the chat group as a contract guarantee. Deep in an underground hideout, Assassin sat cross-legged on a cushion. She opened her eyes when a talisman appeared in her hand. Finally got it, she muttered. With the others' points, mainly the Mad King, and her savings after stealing from a few dozens of sects, she finally had enough to buy this talisman. Based on my analysis, my backlash for stealing luck will most likely come from the Killing Temple learning of my action and hunting them down. But what if I destroy them before they become my backlash? The backlash would be gone, or prolongedly delay. Even if it does not work, I bet the Killing Temple has a few innate treasures. Hopefully, it is as strong as the description, muttered Assassin before leaving the base. Meanwhile, Wang Wei read their chat before checking the inventory. Most of the things these guys exchanged were useless items between Tier 1 and 4. However, Wang Wei truly valued the lifespan and luck they exchanged. Every time these people steal someone's luck, 20% of it goes to him. Additionally, people like Assassin, Mad King, and Butcher also absorbed their targets' or victims' flesh, blood, soul, and lifespan. Wang Wei needed luck and lifespan as sacrifices to boost his comprehension. He has a long way to go to catch up to Di Tian's golden law tree. After checking the inventory, he focused on Assassin. Without hesitation, she traveled to the location of the Killing Temple and activated the talisman. Then, a giant hand descended from the sky, descending on the temple. Numerous martial artists in the True World realm, Tier 9, appeared in the sky and manifested their world to block that hand. Unfortunately, that talisman contained 50% of Wang Wei's strength. So, the hand annihilated these worlds without stopping its momentum. Bang! The magnificent temple shook tremendously before being destroyed. All the disciples, elders, deacons, and even the sect master died. Oddly, they just died with their bodies and souls intact. It was as if they just died without any causes or reasons. Assassin frowned after seeing all these perfect intact bodies lying on the floor. With her cultivation level, she could not understand what was wrong with these people, so she hurriedly used the search function. She then learned these people's bodies were preserved in case she wanted to absorb their luck and sacrifice their bodies and lifespan. Furthermore, she also realized the attack also preserved the resource hall of the temple. Suddenly, Assassin received a message directly in her mind asking if she wanted to use some karma points to get rid of the temple members not present in the main branch. She then realized her mistake, or an oversight on her part. The Killer Temple had many branches scattered across the world. And many of these branches have Tier 9 powerhouses. Once they learned she destroyed their sect, they would hunt her down until the end of the earth. So, is this my true luck backlash? So, she quickly contacted the chat group and agreed. Immediately, Assassin felt she was connected to a mighty and supreme being. Lord of Destiny. Her eyes changed as she saw thousands of invisible yellow threads connecting from the destroyed temple to different parts of the world. She also saw all these threads were connected to her. Then, an invisible blade appeared to cut off all the threads, and with each one severe, Assassin knew that one of the temple branch assassins was dead, but it appeared as if they were erased from the world. The Lord of Destiny's power wiped out all their memories and trace of existence. As she experienced this scene, she had a look of envy and yearning. Then, she quickly collected herself. She rushed toward the sect's resources hall, and a small light entered her forehead on her way there. She was scared at first but calmed down after realizing it was information about the location of the sect's precious resources. At her destination, Assassin was not surprised the previous attack had destroyed the temple's formation. So, with no hindrance, she rushed to a specific destination. 2 innate treasures. It seems my luck is good. She only needed one to pay her initiation debt, so she wondered what to do with the second. However, Assassin did not hesitate before choosing to exchange it. With the second innate treasure, she had enough karma points to pay for her cultivation technique and the price of having Destiny Lord take action, with enough left over to repay all her debts and still be considered rich. Wang Wei looked at the 2 innate treasures in his hand. Although they were only the lowest level, he did not mind. He can still exchange for ultimate level innate herb with the sect as long as he pays for the difference. A few strings of chaos chi produced by his chi flower are more than enough to make up for the difference. Maybe I should destroy a few sects in Great Thousand Worlds to get the resources I need, muttered Wang Wei, who shook his head soon after. There was a better option, stealing. With his ability, the sect's protection arrays were nothing to him, so he could infiltrate their resources hall and take what he wanted. He did not have to mindlessly slaughter. Although he was not affected by karma, he didn't like large-scale slaughter unless necessary. After coming up with this idea, Wang Wei acted. He first sent these two innate treasures to his clone back in the sect so it could exchange the resources he needed. He also instructed it to send them to the incarnations. Then, he placed one of his spirit particles in a puppet and ordered him to use the soul network to start divining worlds with sects that may have innate treasures. As Wang Wei watched the puppets work, he sighed out loud. Ever since he arrived in this place, his intuition has told him to gather the resources for the incarnation as soon as possible. As such, he suddenly had a sense of urgency. He then focused on the chat group again. I need someone to help me gather incense, and the doctor's method is too slow because of his conservative approach. So, Wang Wei decided to find another person to add to the group. He originally wanted to create a fake account to secretly motivate these people to get karma points, but Assassin's actions made this idea futile. Wang Wei then searched for someone in the same category of these five, with the difference that person wanted to be worshipped. A few hours later, he found another person in another Middle Thousand world. Then, the members receive a message. Ding! Wannabe God has joined the chat group. Chapter 529 First and second. A young farmer with a rake looked dazed in the distance with a shocked look. A few seconds later, he muttered, chat group. Ha 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 ha. Shaoli, what's wrong? Asked an older man next to him. Peasant, don't talk to me. Am the man destined to rule the heavens? The older man looked at him calmly before ignoring him. This was not the first time Shaoli had said these random and ridiculous things. Meanwhile, Shaoli did not mind the other's reaction as he knew he was telling the truth this time. So, he put his tool away before running to his small house. He was currently receiving much information and needed time to process them. Mad King, a newcomer. Please introduce yourself. Scholar, I did not even know we could have new members. Doctor, welcome, fellow Taoist. Wannabe God, I knew I was destined for greatness. I give you permission to worship this God. Mad King. Scholar. Doctor. Assassin, an idiot. Butcher, well, this explains the name. Wannabe God, where is the Lord of Destiny? Come give this God the startup cultivation technique. Everyone read this message with terror on their faces, unable to process what was happening. And before they could even do that, they found themselves in the meeting room they first met. Wang Wei calmly looked at the young farmer without saying anything. Meanwhile, Wannabe God felt his soul was slowly being squeezed out into pace with that single look. Sweats fell from his very soul as his life flashed across his eyes. I can eliminate your entire existence with a single thought before making you regret you ever existed between heaven and earth, Wang Wei said calmly. Do you know this? Wannabe God took all his willpower to nod his head. As long you understand that, nodded Wang Wei. I have no problem with you having goals, dreams, ambitions, or desires. This is the exact reason you are here today. But you should know your limitation, know your weight. I am sorry for what I said. It's fine, just be mindful of your actions or words when you are weak. Wannabe God clenched his hands as he understood the message. He was too weak. Tell me what you want for your cultivation technique. Ever since I was young, I've only wanted to be worshipped by everyone, man, woman, nobles, kings, etc. So, that's what I want. In that case, the path of sovereign God is perfect. You can establish a fortune dynasty to gather chi luck and incense. You can conquer myriad races and worlds, garnering their awe and worship. Be mindful, though. Your strength can drastically increase with the power of incense, but it will also restrict you. If you lose your worshippers, you will lose your strength. Is that acceptable? Yes, immediately replied wannabe God. Very well. Your total is 14. 7 million karma points. A booklet flew in front of wannabe God, and after accepting it, Wang Wei looked at the others before disappearing. Everyone remained quiet while looking at this crazy new member. Assassin, can you lend me some points now? I want to destroy the most powerful sect in my world and plunder their resources, said the Mad King after sighing in relief he still had the most expensive technique. Me as well, said the butcher, who did not like mass killing. He preferred one-on-one killing, where he could savor the victim's pain, suffering, and despair. Nevertheless, he also understood the need for resources to become stronger. Give me one too, said the scholar. The most powerful dynasty in my world is my way. Not you too, scholar, said the doctor. I thought you were one of the few people in this group with morals. I have morals, but the Great Su dynasty treated people worse than dogs. Moreover, I have news that they have been selling humans to the demon race to maintain peace. They've gone too far. The assassin smiled before saying, no problem. I will even loan each of you the money to buy a talisman with more than one attack. She then looked at the doctor, are you sure you don't want one? I'm sure your world has some problems that need brute strength to solve. The doctor became lost in thought. His world indeed had problems, and a lot of them. The martial artists' factions constantly fought for wealth, power, and fame. And as a result, the common people died every day as casualties. Maybe with absolute strength, he could stop the fighting indefinitely or by an extended period of peace and stability. I also want a loan, said the doctor, making Assassin smile under her hood. Excellent. Then she gave them the loan. As for Wannabe God, she did not ask him. Wannabe God was a new person, and he had offended the Destiny Lord. She did not know whether he would survive long despite the Lord not minding his behavior. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched this interaction. After the exchange, these people went on a killing spree, and as expected, they acquired some innate herbs. Each had 2, with the Mad King acquiring a shocking total of 4. Each group member exchanged their 2 innate treasures. One was to pay for their initiation debt, and the other to pay for their cultivation debt. It's a shame the Mad King did not exchange the last 2 treasures. Now, only the last resource group is left, muttered Wang Wei after taking out the innate resources. He only needed 10 more innate herbs for the last incarnation, which alleviated the warning signs his intuition gave him. Nevertheless, he would not stop his business of raising leek as some protagonist in his past life would call them. After all, he now had ambitions to convert all the materials in his main body into Chao level ones. Wang Wei looked at the people in the chat while muttering, now that all of you are rich, you will stop relying on me, this can't be allowed. He accessed the original 5's fate line and added a few Nexus fate events that would force them to use the points in their hands and continue relying on his power. He also took his time with the Mad King since he wanted the remaining 2 innate resources. As for Wannabe God, he was still in his early stage of development, so there was no need to make things difficult for him, at least not yet. Finally, Wang Wei focused on his puppet, who was still searching for worlds with innate treasures to steal. Unfortunately, he did find nothing as of yet, and Wang Wei was not surprised. It would not be surprising if these 6 people's worlds were the only place in the martial supreme world community with innate resources. At least in the lower realm. For example, Wang Wei has been searching the lower realm of the Myriad Emperor world community for many years but found nothing, even with his divination. Furthermore, he knew the reason he could gather these resources so quickly was a combination of his Tao overlord's luck being on the rise and his strategic mind. From now, things will require a bit more effort. Through the trials token, Wang Wei received the news that a dinner party with all the trials participants would take place a week from now. So, he used this time to gather as much information as possible through Shadow 2. As he expected, the information was not much, mainly since some world communities might have used the same tactics. Nevertheless, he still gathers some crucial basic information. For example, 12 world communities participated in this trial, counting the Myriad Emperor. Of these 12 communities, Wang Wei paid attention to 2, Star Beast World Community and the Emperor Dao World Community. The Star Beast World tied the Myriad Emperor World for the number of Eternal Emperors, 8. Furthermore, the entire Endless Void acknowledged that their cultivation system has the greatest battle prowess. It's a shame that even their quasi-emperor could only live up to 50,000 years due to that system. As for the Emperor Dao World, they are first on the list with a total of 10 Eternal Emperors. Of course, Wang Wei did not take the list seriously as he knew the Myriad Emperor used to be first, but too many Eternal Emperors died, plus the one or ones hiding in the Forbidden Lands do not count. Shadow Toe acquired some basic cultivation techniques from these world communities, so Wang Wei wanted to know about them. The Star Beast World's cultivation system is very rudimentary. It is divided into 9 ranks. The first stage of cultivation is to condense a rank 1 Star Beast body, usually between 5 meters to 100 meters. And every time the cultivator rises in rank, the body's height will increase to the point of being as big as galaxies. The entire system involves increasing the size of the body. What makes it the strongest battle-oriented system is the process of condensing these bodies. The Star Beast World's cultivators use anything under heaven and earth to increase their ranks: spiritual herbs, ores, energy of any kind, laws, souls, flesh and blood, heart demon, etc. Anything they can find, they will absorb to increase their body's size. So, fighting any of them is like simultaneously fighting a fleshly body master, energy-controlling expert, and soul savant. Then there is the constant, non-stop fighting of that world because of how precious every single piece of resource is. Every Star Beast cultivator is fighting madmen, they have to, otherwise, they won't get the resources to cultivate. With such a short lifespan, how does their heaven will battle operates? Thought Wang Wei before searching for the answer in the information. From the information, Wang Wei knew that the Star Beast cultivators exchange many life-extending resources with other world communities so they can live long enough until their heaven will battle. If not, they will seal themselves before their lifespan runs out. As a result of this circumstance, the Star Beast world is very friendly to Immortal-based world communities since they usually have the most resources related to longevity. After reading this, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a business opportunity. The Star Beast world might have connections to other world communities, but what about the lower realm? He does not think the Great and Middle Thousand world will have a way to contact them, so he wanted to target them. So, he decided to meet someone from the Star Beast world to get some information. Chapter 530 Fate Palace. Wang Wei did not immediately leave as he wanted to understand the cultivation system of the Emperor Dao world, which was attractive to him. The first realm is the body tempering realm, involves training and purifying the body. The unique part about this realm is that they constantly destroy and rebuild their bodies, similar to some cultivation techniques in Nirvana. Energy Sea realm is a realm similar to the Divine Sea realm, which focuses on gathering and condensing energy. The main difference is that the cultivators in the system have to create something called spiritual foundation inside their bodies. There are 9 spiritual foundations. Soul realm is the third stage. As the name implied, this is a realm related to the soul. However, the way the Emperor Dao world reached this realm is different from the norm. The cultivators must experience myriad emotions and desires and use these intense feelings to temper their spirits and condense their souls. It seems similar to incense, but not quite, thought Wang Wei before continuing to read. The fourth realm is the Tao Declaration realm, which is the most important in this cultivation technique because of how much must be accomplished. The primary purpose of this realm is for cultivators to declare or decide their own Tao or path, similar to how cultivators in the divine body realm have to do in the myriad emperor world. However, the Tao Declaration realm is more strict on the requirements. For example, all the heaven shows from the Emperor Tao world will be sent to the lower realm for trial and tribulations while having memories of their background seal. If they do not reach the peak of the Tao Declaration realm, they will not get their memories back. The more Wang Wei read about this realm, the more he shook his head. Too many things were happening in this short realm. The Tao Declaration realm is divided into 4 stages: 33 question stage, 66 question stage, 99 question stage, and 100 question stage. To go through the stages, cultivators have to study the laws and mystery of heaven and earth, not comprehend, but study. By studying countless notes and esoteric scriptures of ancient sages, wise men, and even powerful cultivators, these cultivators can understand how the worlds and laws operate. In the myriad emperor world, heaven chosen has to go through a similar thing, but only when they are children, to establish a foundation for them. However, the Emperor Tao world integrate this aspect into their cultivation system. In the first stage, 33 question, cultivators must study enough about the body to temper it to the point of withstanding the law. In the second stage, 66 questions, they must understand enough about the soul to elevate its strength and quality based on the individual's talent. In the third stage, 99 question, sublimate the soul into the law soul, similar to primordial spirit or true soul. In the final stage, and the stage where the upper realm geniuses could unseal their memories, they have to elevate the previous energy in their bodies to a higher one. While doing all this, these cultivators also have to find their Tao or path and have enough conviction in their decision to move to the next realm. Otherwise, they would be stuck in this realm. I understand the purpose of the soul and Tao Declaration realm is to temper the state of mind, willpower, and Tao heart, but it seems too much is happening at once, commented Wang Wei before continuing reading. The fifth realm is the lower realm, further divided into sensing law, see law, touch law, and comprehend law. This is a step-by-step guide on comprehending and wielding the law. This is the basic realm that involves the laws found in many cultivation systems. The only noteworthy aspect is that some heaven chosens are rewarded with something called law essence by heavenly Tao if they are powerful and talented enough. The law essence can nourish their bodies to make them stronger and boost their comprehension of specific laws. After comprehending 50% of their primary and 40% of minor laws, the next step is to condense them in the spiritual foundation into cores, hence the name of this realm, law core. The law cores can be created for one law, multiple, or one core for all the laws, similar to how Wang Wei fuses the different law aspects of fate into one. Wang Wei realized that this spiritual foundation system provides great battle strength to cultivators in this stage because of low resonance. These cultivators can have multiple cores inside their bodies, then use them to resonate with each other or the laws of heaven and earth and borrow their power. So, the cultivators in the Emperor Tao world are most likely very versatile in their fighting methods. The seventh realm is the domain realm, where the law cores are condensed into a domain seed. And just like the myriad emperor world, cultivators must focus on expanding and controlling their domains. The eighth realm is the incarnation realm. Through deeper comprehension, the domain seed has turned into fruits of law in the first stage of this realm. And in the second stage, they ripened into incarnation of self. Cultivators do not have to consciously manipulate laws at this stage, as the incarnation will do it for them. The ninth stage is the true self realm, where the cultivators fuse with their incarnation, boosting their control of the laws to another level. In each cultivation stage, cultivators condensed a spiritual foundation for a total of 9. And to reach the quasi-emperor realm, they must fuse all 9 spiritual foundations into an Emperor Tao foundation. During the fusion, cultivators can experience everything that previously occurred in their lives, thus sublimating their state of mind and Tao heart in the process. Additionally, during the fusion, the Emperor Tao world cultivators will slightly boost their comprehension to elevate their understanding of the Tao. According to rumors Shadow 2 gathered, this boost will remain in some cultivators after acquiring the Heaven Will while comprehending the Grand Tao source, but there is no proof yet. After reading the entire thing, Wang Wei compared the origin system with the spiritual foundation system. The overall difference is how these two systems approached laws. The origin system focused more on a deeper understanding of the law, while the spiritual foundation system focused more on subtle control of the law. For example, the higher energy created in the fourth stage of the Tao Declaration realm is fused with laws comprehended in the next realm. This is not the same for origin essence, which served as a boost and power source for cultivators to use the law. Meanwhile, the Emperor Tao world cultivators fuse their energy with the law to better control. They use their soul, spirit, body, and even energy to control the law. The downside to this method is that if something went wrong with these cultivators' energy, their control of the law would decrease. And if something went wrong with their laws, they would be almost useless. Meanwhile, if something went wrong with the origin system cultivators' energy, they can still use their laws to fight. And if something is wrong with their laws, they can still use their energy to fight. Furthermore, because of how the Tao Declaration realm functioned, there are bound to be many cultivators forever stuck in that realm, meaning that the Myriad Emperor world has way too many high-level cultivators than the Emperor Tao world. However, they have higher quality cultivators. And if Wang Wei had to choose which system was better, he had to admit it was the spiritual foundation system, despite some of its flaws, especially when it comes to the boost with comprehending the Grand Tao source, if it's true. He could foresee that they should have a higher number of second and first-class great emperors throughout their history than the Myriad Emperor world. As for the reasons they do not have even more eternal emperors, it could be because of luck or because the Myriad Emperor world has gone through many hanging catastrophes that forced geniuses from all walks of life to rise. Or the boost does not apply to understanding Tao will and existence. Or a combination of the three. After analyzing this cultivation system, Wang Wei had many thoughts and ideas. The first one was to create something similar to the spiritual foundations with his incarnation. He would call it Fate Palace, instead, and his purpose is that when they fuse, it can sublimate his understanding and control of Fate Tao. This might be how I can reach a golden law tree, thought Wang Wei with excitement before rapidly calming down. To accomplish this, he would also need to learn from the incarnation of self concept of the spiritual foundation system and recreate it. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind on how to accomplish these things. He could tell by doing this that he would elevate his force control skill to a higher level when it comes to law. The only problem facing him now was that he only had a quasi-emperor tier cultivation technique from the Emperor Tao world. He wanted to have at least one emperor scripture before proceeding with the plan. Another thing to put on the schedule is to optimize the origin system, he muttered. Wang Wei had long planned to do so, and the reason was not that he learned another system was better than his home world. Based on his plan, the environment of the Myriad Emperor world will revert to ancient times, meaning that the ancient clan and their cultivation system will flourish. Unfortunately, Wang Wei also acknowledged that the origin system could not compare to the ancient one in an environment full of innate qi and maybe even chaos qi. So, he could foresee that the majority of cultivators would switch to that system if nothing were done, thus destroying the Qi Lucy foundation of the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei would not let that happen, so he needed to optimize the origin system. Now, with this inheritance trial, he can access some of the best cultivation systems in the endless void and learn from them. Chapter 531 The Commerce Hub, "You dirty hairless monkey," said a humanoid hyena, looking at a group of people. He spat in front of them before continuing, "You humans disgust me. You're lucky the trial does not allow fighting before the competition begins. After saying that, the hyena walked away to see a handsome young man with beautiful long silver gray hair. Another disgusting hum. He did not finish his words before he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him, sending chills straight down his soul. He snorted coldly before walking away. The hyena soon arrived at his mansion. "Boss, I just berated a human and humiliated him." A giant black tiger with red markings on its back opened his eyes. "Oh, what did you call them?" "I called them disgusting hairless monkeys and harassed them for over an hour." Of course, Heath forgot the human that placed the fear of God in him. "Well, it's not very original, and the monkey clan has been pressuring us to stop calling humans any words related to them. Nevertheless, you still did your duty. So, with my power granted from the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you some 1,000 community points." "Thank you, young Master Yi. With this point, I can almost exchange a bloodline pill to sublimate my bloodline and rise in status." The hyena was genuinely excited. As long as his bloodline can sublimate, he can have a higher status in the alliance. He could not think of the love of his life. They had loved each other since childhood, but because she was of higher status, he could not be with her due to the laws of the alliance. However, all that will change once his status is elevated. While the hyena was in deep thought, a humanoid rabbit entered the room. "Young Master Yi, I've written a new novel." "Oh, let me see." The giant tiger used his divine sense to read for a few minutes before commenting, "Not bad. Although it is a typical novel about the years humans oppressed us countless eras ago, you did a good job focusing on their atrocities toward the demonkind. I also like how you portrayed them as beasts with low-level intelligence and violent tendencies. Then there is the emphasis on the bald donkeys and their oppression of our kind through religion. Not bad, not bad. Young Master, did you not like the ending? Well, exterminating humans is a good idea, but it has been done too often. Nevertheless, an excellent novel. It'll give you 7,600 community points." "Thank you, young Master," said the humanoid rabbit, while the hyena was slightly jealous. It's a shame he had no talent for writing, so he could only use the low-level method of harassing humans to get points. "Give me your token, and I'll add the points." The two took out their point token, and the tiger added the point he promised. He then looked at them with his red pupils. "Do you remember the DSA's motto? We will eradicate all humans and spread the supremacy of the demon race until we eventually rule the endless void," simultaneously said the rabbit and hyena with a loud voice. "Don't forget. We will never." "Good, you can leave." As the tiger watched the group leave, a dangerous light flashed across his eyes before closing them and continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched the hyena walk away and muttered, "It's weird seeing a demon race so confident and full of himself." After shaking his head, he headed for his destination. He soon arrived in the area where the Star Beast World's people lived. Then, he divined which house would ensure the highest possibility of success before walking to the far corner. He stood in front of the mansion without entering or saying anything. He knew the owner was aware of his existence through the arrays he sensed. Not long after, a woman with a stern look. Although this woman looked like a human, Wang Wei's true eyes could see a shadow of an enormous giant behind her. It was her true body. "Who are you?" she asked directly. "Wang Wei, from the Myriad Emperor world." She frowned after hearing this, thinking for a moment before closing the door. A few seconds later, she opened it while telling him to follow her to the living room. Soon, Wang Wei saw a young man dressed in regular black clothes in front of a table with tea. His appearance was ordinary compared to Cultivator's generally handsome and beautiful appearance. However, the unique or charming part about him was his eyes. He had 8 stars forming a circle inside his pupils. Wang Wei knew this was not a special physique or eye technique. This was a sign that this person had cultivated a rank 8-star beast body, and in each rank, he cultivated his body to the pinnacle and beyond. Only true geniuses can have the ancient stars' symbols in the star beast world. With his true vision, he could see the enormous being comparable to a domain back home in size. If he had to give the latter an accurate measurement, that person's actual body was probably as big as 5 galaxies. Fellow Daoist, my name is Muley, Star Beast World, Star Lord Mountain. As he said these words, Wang Wei saw 7 pillars appear on the latter's forehead, with one of them having a star. Wang Wei returned the salute as 9 pillars appeared on his forehead, with 2 of them having stars. Wang Wei, Myriad Emperor World, Dao, Dap Opening Sect. Oh, you've heard of us. Of course, there are only 2 factions with 2 eternal emperors, and the other one mysteriously disappeared many years ago. Many people think they have been destroyed. So, your sect is a little famous. I see, replied Wang Wei as he sat in front of Muley. Can I ask what this visit is for? Asked Muley despite having calculated a few possibilities. It'll be direct. I would like the Myriad Emperor World to enter business with the Star Beast World, starting with cooperation between our 2 factions. Muley sipped his tea, thinking about how to respond. This was one of the primary possibilities he thought of, along with forming an alliance. Our Star Beast World is always looking for power communities to exchange with, so you are more than welcome. Because of how their cultivation system was set, resources are everything to the cultivators of the Star Beast World. After all, they can swallow anything to increase their strength. Can I see your energy currency? Asked Muley, and Wang Wei handed him an origin stone and an origin source. Muley opened his mouth and swallowed the stones. His eyes lit up because he discovered an energy source he had never used before and was of very high quality. Do you have any longevity resources? Wang Wei gave him a pill, and Muley did not swallow it as he previously did. Instead, he inhaled the aroma. This pill could increase my lifespan by another 50,000 years, not bad. Wang Wei's lips twitched after hearing this. This was a perfect quality quasi-emperor pill refined by him. Typically, this pill could raise a person's lifespan by at least 1 million years or more. But this guy said it could only give him 50,000 years of life. This Star Beast body system is too radical. With these 2 products alone, you should have a small place on our market. Do you want the exchange to be only between us, or do you want to register in the Commerce Hub? Commerce Hub? What's that? Muley looked at him strangely. Have you guys become so reclusive that you don't even know about the hub? I'm ashamed to say we were forced to lay low and recuperate after a few catastrophes. I see. The Commerce Hub is essentially an artificial world established by the Star Beast World connected to different world communities to exchange resources. Before the Great Buddhist Cataclysm, the Myriad Emperor World was one of its most powerful members. Wang Wei frowned as he had a lot of information to process. Firstly, this cataclysm probably referred to the absolute beginning emperor's eradication of Buddhism in the endless void. Secondly, he was concerned about this hub. One of his plans was to connect all the world communities, Heaven World, and their lower realm to exchange resources, ideas, cultures, etc. He knew once he succeeded, he would gather a massive amount of merit, but now, he learned one already existed. So, he decided one of the first things he would do after proving the Tao was to either take control of the hub or destroy it. How many communities is this hub connected to? If I remember correctly, about 150, Muley replied, an answer which relieved Wang Wei. He knew there were exactly 3,000 world communities, so as long as he could expand the hub to all of them, he would still get massive merit. And has this hub connected to the lower realm? Of course, replied Muley, making Wang Wei secretly sigh as he knew he could not use his previous plan of cheating members from the lower realm. After that, the 2 chatted and discussed cooperation. Wang Wei decided to only trade with the Star Lord Mountain for now and wait for a while before registering with the commercial hub. Then, they signed an agreement. As Muley watched Wang Wei leave, he could not help mutter, "So, the rumors are true, the myriad emperor world is going through a rejuvenation." Chapter 532 Dinner Party. Wang Wei walked home with a pondering look. With this conversation, he realized he knew very little about the endless void and needed to change. So, after returning home, he contacted Ancestor Wuxia and asked him about the commercial hub. "That thing. I remember the devil race destroyed it during that era. I guess they rebuild it. So, the sect has not been part of the hub since the incense era." "That's probably correct. After the devil catastrophe, didn't anyone think of rejoining? Back then, many of us died or were injured, so no one really cared about the endless void. What about after you recuperated? By then, we had to worry about the rise of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, the 9 Emperor Curse, and the Heaven Devour Emperor, so no one really cared or thought about such a thing." Wang Wei sighed, knowing there was no point in focusing on things like this. What he needed to do was focus on the future. "Speaking of the 9 Emperor Curses, what happened? I've never felt its power." "After you entered the D realm, Heavenly Tao removed most of the curse's power. And after you became an outlaw, it completely removed all its influences. Do you know the reason? We have calculated a plethora of reasons: the eternal destiny of this generation, the upcoming change of era, the fact you stripped the spirit of epic from the academy, and even that lad's Tion's presence. Anyway, the real reason does not matter. What matters is the fact it's removed." "That's true," nodded Wang Wei. "What do you think of the sect's alliance with the Star Lord Mountain and eventually rejoining the commercial hub? You're the sect master, so you can decide these things on your own. And as the sect master, you can dispatch most of the immortal powerhouses in case you want someone to station at the hub." "All right. When Wang Ju returns from her retreat, I need someone to help spread the Fate Shadow Guards throughout the endless void. And using the hub as the starting point is a good idea." "That's fine." Then, the two ended the conversation. Not long afterward, Li Jun ran into the house with excitement all over his face. "What happened?" "I got some information that may be useful for you." Then, he handed Wang Wei a talisman, which contained an image of him fighting other trial members. "How did you get this?" Wang Wei knew it was forbidden to fight before the competition began. "I convinced these people to fight me through the dream technique." "Brilliant," said Wang Wei as he watched these battles and experienced how these power systems functioned. The trial did not only contain people from 12 world communities. The 12 main communities, like the Myriad Emperor World, Star Beast World, and Emperor Tao World, had at least 3 participants, but the others would only have 1 or 2 participants. From what Wang Wei knew, at least 30 to 40 communities participated in this trial. So, Li Jun's information was crucial to him. So, he rested inside for the next few days while viewing these battles. It's a shame that many world communities were smart enough to decline Li Jun's invitation since they knew the importance of information. Finally, the day of the dinner party arrived. "Sect Master, Elderly Jun has left for a while now," said Shadow 2. "I know you're trying to remind me not to be late, but I have my reasons," said Wang Wei, who fixed his black martial clothes and appearance. He wanted to wear a white one for this trail but changed his mind considering his clothes would have the blood of his enemy on them. Although it was a magical artifact with self-cleaning capabilities, he decided otherwise. Sometimes, it's good to leave the blood on for intimidation and boost the aura. Blood looks better on black clothes than on white ones. Suddenly, he sensed it was the right time, so he headed to the destination. Meanwhile, Shadow 2 was momentarily confused. From what he knew about the young master, he was not one of these people who liked grand entrances or flashy displays of power. At least, most of the time, that was true. Wang Wei got into his carriage and flew to the center of this small world where the dinner took place. After showing his token, he walked inside after putting his chariot away. And as he expected, he was the last to arrive, making everybody glance at him. "Hello, fellow Taoists," Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand and bowed slightly. His voice traveled throughout the entire venue, forcing everybody to focus more on him. As such, Wang Wei senses numerous gazes, curious, intrigued, sneering, disgusted, and even killing ones. "Interesting," said another voice that traveled through the entire room, shifting the people's gaze toward the far left of the room. Even Wang Wei had a severe look on his face as he gazed at the person who spoke. It was a handsome young man dressed in a loose long white robe with blue designs. His long black hair was in a top knot, but he also had a ribbon around his forehead to keep his hair. The young man ignored the gazes surrounding him as he looked at Wang Wei. Unlike martial clothes, which were tight-fitting, the robe had wide sleeves, so he held his right hand sleeve with his left so it would not interfere with his tea. The young man's slow actions emanated a natural charm. It was like heaven and earth would praise his every word and deed simply because he was born noble. "Young Master Chu Luo, what do you mean?" asked one of the participants sitting at the same table. Chu Luo looked at the speaker and said, "Sometimes, it baffles me how weak you people are." "What do you mean by that?" said a person at another table. However, Chu Luo did not look at the person but gazed back at Wang Wei. A powerhouse's every action has weights or bearings, which can manifest in the form of karma. This is why no cultivators would dare receive a bow from an emperor without their protection. The weight of the karma would destroy most of them or curse them with misfortune. Chu Luo paused to drink his tea, but people kept staring at him, wondering what this had to do with anything. He shook his head in disappointment before continuing, "This man used this concept to place secret karma threads on all of you. The moment he bowed and called you fellow Taoists, he used the weight of his strength to force karma on all of you. What's brilliant about his application of karma law is the people who secretly accepted his bow were the easiest to target, while the others, he still forced the thread on you, without even you knowing it." Chu Luo squinted his eyes. He did not say that such a method would require a great deal of control of karma but also great intelligence to capture the mindset of all the people in the room. After saying those words, the faces of the people in this room suddenly changed, and they quickly began to use different methods to check their bodies. Meanwhile, the calm and composed Wang Wei looked at Chu Luo before looking at the people in the room. He then classified everybody into different categories. The first group was people who instantly realized what he did, and to his surprise, there was another one beside Chu Luo in the back with a hood covering their faces. The second group was the people who could detect his action after being revealed and used their own method to cut off the karma thread. The third group was the people who could detect the thread but did not have the means to remove it. And finally, the people who could not even notice it. With a gentle smile, Wang Wei walked to the Tao opening sections to the far right, where the other participants gave him a fierce look. All 5 of them belonged to the second group. "What's wrong? You seem more serious than before," asked Li Jun through divine sense despite the gentle smile on Wang Wei's face. "That guy who spoke, he is dangerous." "Well, since he could detect your method, he should be quite powerful." "No, I mean, he gives me the same vibe as Tian." "Are you serious? Does more than one of such a monster truly exists?" "Most likely. Remember the hints I've been getting to finish my incarnations quickly?" "Most likely, it's because of him." Li Jun looked at Chu Luo's table with a severe look. He understood what kind of monster Tian was. His big brother was on his way to reaching that level of monstrosity, but he was not there yet. "I have an idea on how to gather some information about him," he said. "How?" After hearing his plan, Wang Wei's lips twitched. "I doubt that would work. I bet he also has an alliance with the other people to prevent information leaks." "No, this guy gives me an arrogant and overconfident vibe. I doubt he would care about information leak." "Well, go for it." I promise not to say anything to Liling. Wang Wei sensed something and looked in the back of the room, where the hooded figure seemed to be staring at him intently. However, Wang Wei only squinted at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, the hooded figure did not stop staring for a few seconds. Fate-dominating Emperor, I have finally found you. No matter what it takes, I will kill you before you grow up and save all sentient beings in all heaven myriad worlds. Chapter 533 The Rules. Wang Wei felt that he had forgotten something, and right when he was about to try to remember, a bright light appeared in front of the room, and an odd woman wearing a mask appeared. She had the same mask as Lord Spirit, half smiling naively and the other full of cunningness. Unlike Lord Spirit, this woman had a lower body but appeared slightly transparent, like a phantom. She opened her mouth to speak, and a deep male voice came out, "Welcome, fellow heaven-chosens from the endless void." No one cared about the anomaly between her voice and visage. The cultivating world was full of weird and strange things. To make things easier for everyone, you can call me Lord Spirit, and I will be in charge of the trial. Now, before you can enjoy your dinner, I will tell you the rules of this inheritance. There are 8 categories to be tested: fleshly body, soul, energy control, comprehension, Tao heart, willpower, battle prowess, and one final test that I can only say is vital. Lord Spirit paused to give everybody time to process the information before continuing. Based on your result in each category, you will receive points that will determine your ranking. Be mindful that the last test is precious and worth plenty of points. It could be the determining factor of this inheritance trial. Any question? Is it true the Deceiving Heaven Longevity Sutra is an insurgent scripture? Asked someone. That is correct. So, any lucky ones who go home with it will significantly contribute to your factions. The aura of the room slightly changed as many people paid close attention. Senior Gu Xian was from the Myriad Emperor world. He will not be biased. Asked another person, raising attention to Wang Wei's table. If that were a problem, the Lord would have just chosen his successors solely from Myriad Emperor world, replied Lord Spirit calmly. Many people agreed with these words, while some remained skeptical. Nevertheless, Lord Spirit continued, if there is no more question, let's continue to the main event. She waved his hand, and 6 golden chairs appeared behind her, labeled 1 through 6. Each stair stood slightly above the others, so the number 1 spot was the highest. For the combat aspect of this trial, things will be a little different. The Lord has chosen 6 seated players who will receive a token. After the final test, the token can be exchanged for points. And you could guess that the higher the ranking, the more points it is worth. Everyone looked at the trial spirit with fire in their eyes. As the peak geniuses of their respective world, competition has become an integral part of their characters. So, no matter what, they wanted to be the best. There are some rules to follow, continued Lord Spirit, not minding these people's intense emotions. Non-seated can challenge seated players at all times and use whatever means necessary to take the token. Seated players, however, can only challenge the person 1 rank above them. So, the 6th place can only challenge 5th place, 5th place to 4th place, and so on. Furthermore, the seated challenger needed certain points before challenging another seated player. Everyone present is intelligent, so they understand the rules. Seated players could not easily challenge each other, and they needed to perform well on the 8 trials before challenging each other. Meanwhile, the non-seated players could attack the seated players to get the token, with no restrictions on the method used. Essentially, a practice heaven will battle with some rules and restrictions, thought Wang Wei, and many people felt the same way. Now, let's begin the selection for the seated players, said the Lord Spirit with a weird smile, fully playing in the deception persona. In the 6th place, we have Su Shi from the Myriad Emperor world. Her primordial chaos physique is the combination of 9 absolute chaos physiques, and it is something that has never been heard of in the endless void. Everyone looked at the myriad Emperor Worlds table, focusing on that beautiful woman that heaven seemed to have taken its time when creating her. Meanwhile, Su Shi frowned after hearing she was only in 6th place. Nevertheless, she walked to the 6th throne and sat down. Lord Spirit watched her with a smile while thinking to himself. It was hard to choose between her and Feng Heng. However, the latter seemed determined to hide his full strength, so he can only lose the spot. The 5th spot goes to Mu Lei from the Star Beast world. The owner of the 2nd heavenly physique, the Heavy Axe physique, and a genius who has received the highest grade of ancient star symbols in 100 generations. Mu Lei calmly walked to his spot, but many people also became nervous once they realized the criteria for these seeded players. The 4th spot goes to Ji Lanfang from the Immortal Ascension world, the supreme swordsman with the very earned title of One Sword. A young man with disheveled hair and a gourd on his waist stood up. Immediately, everyone could smell the intense odor of alcohol emanating from his body. He walked wobbly to this throne while muttering, "I hope one of these people can make me swing my sword a second time. Oh, I miss the old days." Although his voice was soft to the point of being inaudible, with all the cultivation of all the people present, they could hear him. So, a bunch of people gave him killing stares. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang did not care or was too drunk to. The 3rd spot goes to Yi Dafu from the primordial demon world. A demon with 2 innate demons bloodline, the 3-eye stone monkey and disaster monkey. A monkey wearing dark and gold armor, holding a red pole on his shoulder, looked at the people in the room. "Your father is only 3rd. I want to see who is so bold to be above this monkey. Anyway, they will taste my staff." After saying that, he jumped in the air, did a flip, and landed on his chair. Many people looked at him with a severe look. The 3-eye spiritual monkey and the disaster monkey were 2 innate demons known for their extreme battle prowess. Back in that era, in some world communities, they were the leader of innate demons instead of dragons and phoenixes. Now, they actually met someone with both these bloodlines, and he could only be ranked 3rd. Everyone wanted to know who was above him. In the 2nd place, we have Wang Wei from the Myriad Emperor world. Owner of the Fate Puppeteer physique that he created himself and acknowledged by Heavenly Tao. On top of all that, he is a true Power Tao powerhouse of the 2nd level. Wang Wei walked to his spot, already expecting this outcome. He sat on his throne, looking at the monkey, giving him a fierce gaze. For a brief moment, he thought this monkey was Sun Wukan's clone or something because of how he behaved himself. Mu Lei looked at his new commercial partner with a slight surprise as he did not expect the latter to be this powerful. He is also a true Power Tao cultivator, but he has only recently entered the 1st level and slowly walking his way up. But to his surprise, he found someone in the same generation as him already in the 2nd level, his fighting spirit suddenly elevated. He did not think he would lose despite the difference. After all, the true Power Tao only determined pure physical force and did not consider things like energy, law, spells, and battle IQ. He does not think he would lose to anyone. The Lord Spirit ignored these people's chatter about how one could acquire their own heavenly physique and revealed the final seeded player. Chu Luo from the Emperor Tao world. An emperor child, born from 2 great emperors as parents. That is all I have to say about him. Chu Luo calmly walked to his seat, not minding other people's chatter. Although he had no facial expression, his body naturally emitted an arrogant and prideful aura, and no one would argue he did not deserve to be prideful. Emperor offsprings are very rare because it is difficult for an immortal creature to procreate with a mortal. At the same time, it is 1,000 times, if not more, challenging for 2 immortal creatures to give birth to offspring, especially in the lower dimension with how the world functions. So, for Chu Luo to be created, it is very likely that his parents would have been from different world communities and met and fell in love before luckily making him. I would like to preface that the seeded players were chosen based on talent and potential displayed during their rise. Many people have been hiding their strength, and we also acknowledged our decision might be wrong. Hence, the reason you can challenge these individuals and take the token from them. The participants understood the reasoning behind Lord Spirit's words. For example, the primordial chaos physique should be way higher in this list based on potential, but since there has been no news or information about it since its appearance, it was ranked on the lower side. However, these people also know that Lord Spirit was also saying these words to remove any accountability on their part and encourage them to fight each other. Are there any rules about killing? Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and it was Yi Tweezy from the Demon Supremacy world, also called Young Master Yi. He looked like an ordinary person except for his tiger pupils. An aura of fury could be seen emanating from him. A few people knew the reason for his anger. According to their information, Young Master Yi was a Dao child born to 2 Dao ancestors. So, he was obviously not happy about not becoming a seeded player. We will not intervene in any of the conflicts between the participants. So, your lives are in your hands, replied Lord Spirit. Excellent, said Young Master Yi, looking at the seated players, focusing on the humans and not hiding his hatred and disgust. Then, his eyes focused on Wang Wei before snorting coldly. Young Master Yi was not the only person not happy with Wang Wei's second position. There was an immortal child named Shi Qian, born from 2 immortal venerable, and she felt she deserved the second spot, especially since she was a member of the light race who fed on positive karma. Then, a group from the barbarian race felt an uncontrollable hatred for Wang Wei, but they could not explain why. Even a member of the divine race, believed to be extinct after the Buddhist cataclysm, appeared in this trial. As Wang Wei sensed these malicious gazes, he smiled. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter 534 The Blessed Ones. Wang Wei heard the whispers about Yi Tweezy and the fact he was a Dao child. He wanted to know more information, so he secretly contacted Ancestor Wuxia through divine sense. You want to know about these blessed people? Said Wang Wuxia, his voice even containing slight envy. As you can guess, whether it is Emperor, Dao, or Immortal Child, their talents are out of this world. However, they are considered blessed people because of their unique abilities. Emperor and Dao Childs are born immortal. The moment they are conceived, they do not have to worry about lifespan, unless their parents sealed them. That made sense, commented Wang Wei. After all, they were born from 2 immortal beings or higher dimensional creatures. What about immortal childs? They are not immortal, they can live to the limit of mortal lifespan, which is 1 yuan epoch. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, but considering that 1 yuan epoch equaled 1,269 trillion years, these immortal children were essentially immortal since they did not have to worry much about lifespans. So, the highest lifespan any cultivation system can grant is 1 yuan epoch? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, but focus on the important thing. You're right. Please, continue. Emperor children are also called born emperors in the lower dimension because all of them have 1 bloodline ability with the power of Dao ancestor. Throughout their life, they can only use it once. So, as long as they used it during their heavenward battle, they are guaranteed to win and prove the Dao. Exactly. Fate is truly unfair, said Wang Wei with a sigh. Why are you complaining? How high is your birth compared to 99% of most cultivators? Wang Wei was slightly embarrassed because of this, but he did not show up. Instead, he thought about Emperor Childs and the effect of their existence on any world. He guessed that most other factions would probably do anything possible to force these Emperor Childs to use their bloodline ability before the heavenward battle, unless their parents were still present and hiding in the lower dimension. At the same time, these Emperor children could just hide and show up during the heavenward battle and take the heavenward for themselves. Of course, they would still need to cultivate and temper their Dao hearts. Otherwise, they would only become pseudo-emperors. Wang Wei then asked, what about Dao childs? They are born with a Dao soar seed inside their bodies. When they reach the necessary cultivation realm, as long as they understand their own Dao, the seed will activate, and they can become Dao ancestors. Still unfair. Wang Wuqing ignored his complaints before continuing, you should be careful. Some Dao children can sacrifice their Dao soar seed to temporarily gain the power of 1 to 2 leaf Immortal Venerable. Although less than 1 in 1 million have the talent to do this, you should watch out. So, these Dao childs are all potential emperors, commented Wang Wei. Basically, Wang Wei guessed that maybe some people desired the Dao soar seed inside their bodies. However, they should be safe since their parents probably live in the lower dimension. What about immortal childs? As for them, their ability is not to be shackled by the heaven will's karma. So, they can fight in each generation without the need of a great emperor to wash away karma for them. With their long lifespan, this is still a great ability, commented Wang Wei. I'm suddenly curious. Does our sect has or ever had one of these blessed individuals? We did. The Hell Judgment Emperor was a Dao child, and we have an immortal child still in his mother's womb. If you did not come along, he would have been our solution to the 9 Emperor curse. The Hell Judgment Emperor was the Wang clan's 4th emperor and the sect's 7th great emperor. He lived during the Devil era and cultivated the Tao of Judgment, which significantly affected the Devil race because of their sins. Wang Wei suddenly realized the majority of the sect's emperors were during the Devil era. Qiyuan Emperor and Sword Emperor were during the Ancient Emperor era. Ancient Desolate Emperor, the 3rd Emperor, was during the Incense era. The 4th Emperor was Turtle Shell, the 5th Battle Maniac, the 6th Emperor was the Miscellaneous Study, the 7th was the Hell Judgment Emperor, and the 8th the Shadow Ruler Emperor. From the 4th to the 8th, they were all during the Devil Emperor, most likely the result of the spirit of epic functioning. The Rainbow Emperor is the 9th, and she only appeared at the beginning of the Middle Emperor era, when the Enlightening Emperor Academy was rising. Most likely, the spirit of epic was already transferred to them. I can't believe how rare these people are that we only had 2 of them in our entire history, commented Wang Wei. If you count all of them that had shown up in the Myriad Emperor world, there are probably 10 or more but would not reach 20. Don't these people have any things like bloodline restrictions, similar to the Divine League people? No. On the contrary, their parents' Tao will be engraved in their bloodline similar to the law fragment of people with heavenly physiques. They can use it to understand their own Tao, or simply use it as bloodline abilities. Wang Wei sighed before asking something else. Thinking about the privilege of these blessed children makes him envious. How is the investigation of the Commerce Hub? I received news that Shadow 2 had just arrived and is investigating things. We have also begun to investigate the world some of these heaven chosens are from, but things are going slowly. The Shadow 2 mentioned in this conversation was not the one next to Wang Wei, but the shadow cultivated by the Rainbow Emperor using the Lord's Shadow technique. Wang Wei knew the Rainbow Emperor was the only emperor who personally cultivated 2 insurgents, Shadow 2 and Rainbow 1. Alright, said Wang Wei before stopping the conversation. He then glanced at Jingwu Hua before continuing drinking at his second seat. Compared to Emperor Child's abilities, Emperor Offsprings seem normal. Although Emperor Offsprings have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, have high talents, and even have some powerful divine abilities, it is nothing compared to Emperor Childs or Dao Childs. Their capabilities drastically decrease because one of their parents is immortal. In one of the dinner spots, a group of tall individuals looked intently at Wang Wei. The shortest was 2.5 meters, and the tallest was 3.2 meters. Young Master Taoyui, why do I feel this uncontrollable hatred for that man? Young Master Taoyui was the tallest of the group. He had a leather upper shirt made of animal hide. The shirt had no sleeve, showing his strong muscles and slightly tanned skin full of tattoos. He accompanied his shirt, long pants, high boots, and a white lion head on his right shoulder, serving as an accessory. With a calm look, he responded, "It's an aura of hatred ingrained deep in his bloodline. Most likely, his ancestors committed some atrocities to our barbarian kind." Taoyue looked at the person next to him. "Sister, what do you think we should do?" The person next to him was a woman dressed similarly. She had a leather shirt with no sleeve, displaying an exceptional pair of bosoms. She had a short skirt and a pair of long legs that were the perfect amount of muscular that could entice anyone, but not too muscular to appear manly. She had braids and beards in her hair and tattoos on her arms like her brother. In general, she had a wild and passionate beauty that was quite captivating. "Do you think he would accept being my husband?" asked Kudalin. "Be serious." "I am. You know I will only marry someone who can withstand my strength, and he might be the one I'm looking for." "If you're seriously looking for a strong man, why don't you pick that Chu Luo? Supposedly, he is the most powerful person here." "Him. He looked too feminine for my taste." "Alright, be serious. What do you think we should do about this hatred? Should we attack him?" "We will attack, but not for this silly hatred. Whatever happened to the barbarian race in the myriad emperor world has nothing to do with our ancient spirit world," she replied calmly. "In that case, do we attack right after this dinner?" "Of course not. We must first observe how capable he is and try to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, let's first test the sixth place before working our way up." "All right." The dinner party continued for another hour before it ended. Then, everybody became on guard, especially the seated players. Wang Wei and the others walked out of the venue before quickly separating their ways. Wang Wei walked to his mansion while expanding his innate shield to dozens of meters of the surrounding. In his way, many people attacked him to no avail. However, he was slightly surprised by the small number of attackers. However, after pondering about it briefly, everything made sense. All the heaven-chosen presents were the pinnacle of their world, so these guys would not make rash decisions despite the blatant provocation of the Lord Spirit. They will calm down and try to gather information on their competitors first. Li Jun sat next to a beautiful girl in one of the restaurants not far from the dinner party. "Mimi, drink more. Tonight, we will have fun." "Xiao Jun, you treat me the best," said the girl before gulping most of the drink in the bowl. "You know, I've been under much stress by sect even though they know I have no chance of winning the Heavenward battle in this generation. None of us have a chance." "Oh, how so?" asked Li Jun while pouring more wine for her, knowing it was the right time he was waiting for. "It's that monster, Chu Luo," she said before gulping everything again, her face red and eyes blurred. "Do you know that he..." Chapter 535 Another 1 inch. "Do you know he is an old monster that has lived for a long time?" said Mimi. "Well, he is an emperor child, so it's normal to have a long lifespan," said Li Jun. "That's not it. For some reason, that monster would reincarnate himself, over and over, and over, and over, and why does he do that?" said Li Jun, cutting her tangent. "I don't know. All I know is that in each reincarnation, Chu Luo will challenge all the heaven chosen right before the Heavenward battle. He would defeat them but never participate in the battle himself. How could your sect expect you to win against such a monster?" "I know, right? I knew you understood me best, Xiao Jun. Don't they know even if you win, his parents could show up to make trouble for them?" said Li Jun. "That's right. Well, I think his parents are long gone since they have never appeared." "Is that so?" Li Jun said softly. "One of his parents must have been from the Emperor Dao world. Do you know anything about them?" Regrettably, Mimi had fallen asleep drunk, making Li Jun frown. He thought he had used the appropriate dose for a more extended conversation, but it appeared he overestimated her drinking capacities. After shaking his head, he left. He knew it was pointless to search the girl's soul, as a cultivator's natural danger instinct would activate and wake her up. So, he went straight home to give the information to Wang Wei. As expected, he is similar to Di Tian. Yes, and most likely, even more powerful, since he is also an emperor child. Maybe, replied Wang Wei. His intuition told him that although they had both reincarnated many times and had a similar foundation, Di Tian was more powerful than Chu Luo. Logically, this made sense. After all, their level of tempering or law understanding might be different in each reincarnation. So, even if Chu Luo and Di Tian lived 9 lives and absorbed the strength of each life, their power would be different. Things are not looking too good for me, said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to check on his reincarnations. Only 2 of them reached the quasi-emperor realm and achieved their goals. But, even those 2 have not finished tempering their bodies. He can borrow the strength of these 2 incarnations. Still, it was not enough to reach the strength of One Leaf Immortal Venerable, let alone his prediction that all 9 incarnations' power could grant him the power of Tao Ancestor. He first checked on the space-time incarnation. The latter sat on a throne located inside the River of Time. Using this world's flaw, he began navigating through parallel timelines. This incarnation could experience the outcome if he made different decisions and the consequences of his actions. Furthermore, he could also bring back resources and knowledge from the different parallel timelines to the main one. Wang Wei sensed all the experience and law understanding of this incarnation. His understanding and control of space-time laws had drastically increased. Furthermore, since the incarnation got his memories back in the Supreme Realm, he developed many techniques that Wang Wei would have created himself. Main body, when are we fusing? The others are not even close to being ready yet, so we have to wait a while. You know, I still resent you for all my suffering when my memories were sealed. Wang Wei's projection shrugged his shoulder. If you don't suffer, how am I going to temper my state of mind and Tao heart? The space-time incarnation smacked his lips before ignoring the main body. For a moment, he forgot how shameless he could be. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled before projecting himself to another world using the soul network. As soon as his projection occurred, he closed his eyes and sensed something, as expected. Without the River of Time flaw, I cannot travel to parallel timelines. I can see some of them but not physically travel there. Wang Wei then traveled to a few other worlds, including some in the martial supremacy world community, to ensure the correct conclusions. Unfortunately, it was. Finally, he checked on the second and currently most powerful incarnation, the free will incarnation. Once this incarnation reached a specific strength, Wang Wei dropped him into a great thousand world like the others. Well, this guy is technically stronger than me now, thought Wang Wei when he sensed the latter's power. It had already condensed black holes in the primary 1962 acupoints and was currently opening the artificial ones. How is your mission going? More difficult than I anticipated, replied the incarnation, who also sat on a throne inside the River of Fate. I've tried many things to completely remove the River of Fate's influence on this world and grant the people's freedom, but every time I'm close to success, the main branch of the Fate River will intervene and stop me. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. How about you start from a low great thousand world? Better yet, found a mortal world, their River of Fate should be even weaker. Mortal worlds were worlds with no spiritual energy, hence no capabilities for people to cultivate. Only mortals and ordinary lived there. Most mortal worlds are the result of low thousand worlds being destroyed for some reason, and they are incredibly fragile and could be eradicated at any moment. I already thought of that and sent people to search for one. However, without your divination ability, it's not so easy to find any worlds in the endless void. Wang Wei nodded before using the soul network and divination to find a few mortal worlds for the free will incarnation. After giving the latter the coordinates, he ended his projection and returned to the trial. He suddenly gathered all the strength and power of these two incarnations. Wang Wei has never been so strong before. The current him could slap the previous him to oblivion. He sighed out loud before dispersing the incarnation's power. The only advantage I have is time. The longer this trial takes, the more time I have for my incarnations to grow up. Afterward, he checked on the other incarnations. They had all just entered primordial spirit realm and tempered their blood. I still need the resource group for one last incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. He then used his sect master's token to mobilize a few immortal powerhouses. He tasked them to control the time acceleration arrays where his incarnations were instead of leaving them to operate independently. With his previous time crystals and these immortal powerhouses, he could drastically reduce the time needed. Then, Wang Wei spent the next few days inside his manor. He ignored all the attacks on the mansion's array or their curse words to anger and lured him out. Meanwhile, Li Jun would often go out to fight these people. Then, one day, he sensed a large explosion not far from his mansion. After checking outside, he walked out. Susure, he thought as he looked at the person fighting in the sky. Demon Supremacy residents, Yi Tuizi had a terrible aura on his body as he looked at the humanoid chameleon kneeling before him. How is the result? We have failed to infiltrate the Myriad Emperor world. Why? For some reason, the factions there have banded together to prevent outside fluents from easily getting inside. Yi Tuizi frowned as he pondered deeply. He analyzed the situation before concluding this should be related to the actions other planes took that resulted in the creation of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. So, the people of the Myriad Emperor world are now on guard, he thought. Is there any way to infiltrate? There is, but it will take some time. How long? According to our estimate, at least 6 months. That's too long, said Yi Tuizi as he did not want to wait so long. He could barely accept not being as good the emperor child, but he would never accept someone else to get the second position. Young master, if I may say something. Speak. It is obvious the Lord's Spirit wants you to go after this Wang Wei. Of course, Yi Tuizi knew this. With his talent, how could he not be a seated player? Nevertheless, his pride would not allow him to accept such disrespect, especially from a human. The Myriad Emperor world should have members of the demon clan, right? Highly possible. In that case, tell my father to go borrow the bloodline mirror for me. I should be able to contact the demon clan there and learn some information. As you command. The chameleon disappeared before returning a few hours later, bringing a blood mirror with designs of animals on its back. You can leave now. Young master, you should know even with your status, the Demon Supremacy Alliance will not allow you to use such a high-level chaos treasure without surveillance. Yi Tuizi frowned with annoyance but did not say anything more. He took a drop of blood from his body and used it to activate the mirror, then used his divine sense to impute the Myriad Emperor world's coordinate. A few minutes later, a face appeared in the mirror. Who are you? How did you contact me and bypass our tribe's formation? Yi Tuizi did not waste time. He displayed his bloodline aura and transmitted it to the person on the other side. Such pure and noble bloodline. Your Excellency, I am the Black Tiger tribe's chief. And who might you be? I am the next patriarch of the Hell Tiger clan, Yi Tuizi. I need some information from you. Then, the two chatted for over half an hour before ending their communication. However, Yi Tuizi was not happy. Although he gathered the information he needed, he failed to establish diplomatic relations with the Myriad Emperor world's demon clan. When he brought the topic up, he could see the slight fear in the latter's eyes. The fear of humans. How disgusting. With this brief interaction, he could summarize how terrible the lives of the demon race were in that world and how much they were oppressed. It does not matter. I can still take my time for the alliance. As for this Wang Wei, although he is powerful, it is not enough for me to be too weary. Suddenly, Yi Tuizi felt something and walked out of his mansion. Someone from the Myriad Emperor world is fighting the barbarians. This should be fun. Chapter 536 Su Shi vs. Barbarian Siblings. Wang Wei looked at Li Jun, who had just landed next to him. He was in terrible shape. He had blood all over his face and bare upper body. He had purple spots on his left arm, indicating someone had poisoned him. How are you in such a terrible state? Hee, these participants are crazy, they'll do anything to kill people in their ways, Li Jun said with excitement. After seeing this fighting madman enjoying himself, Wang Wei ignored him and focused on Su Shi's battle. The two barbarian leaders, Taoyue and Kutulan, stood before her, displaying aggressive auras. So, you guys think I am a soft persimmon you can pinch easily? Su Shi said, releasing an ancient aura full of power, vicissitudes, and nobility, a primordial aura. Yes, we do, replied Kutulan. Brother. Then, the two rushed toward her. Taoyue punched her in the face while his sister went for a kick on the ribs. Unfortunately for them, a black aura naturally came out of Su Shi's body and bounced their attacks back, sending them flying away a few meters away. They immediately frowned as they sensed that the aura injured the part of their bodies touched. The injury was not severe and instantly healed because of their fleshly body, it was still abnormal. The two siblings looked at each other and communicated through their eyes. Immediately afterward, they went on the offensive again. This time, they mobilized their fleshly Bodis blood energy to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Su Shi did not want to fight for long with these people and revealed all her abilities. She opened her mouth to sing a beautiful and melodic piece of music. Blood spilled from Taoyue and Kutulan's eyes as the sound wave from Su Shi's voice instantly destroyed their eardrums and even attacked their brains directly. Despite the tremendous pain of this attack, Taoyue summoned a giant bow more than 1.5 meters long. He pulled the strings, and his muscles bulged in the process, showing how difficult of a process. Swish! The arrow traveled countless times the speed of light, heading straight for Su Shi's throat. She flew in the sky to evade without stopping to sing. Nevertheless, the arrow followed her. So, as she changed direction many times in the sky, but to no avail. In the end, she slapped the arrow away. At that exact moment, Kutulan replaced the arrow's position, holding a black axe and slashing it down. Boom! Su Shi crashed to the ground, destroying numerous houses in the city. However, after the dust of her crash blew away, she appeared before everyone, not even a scratch on her beautiful skin. She raised her head to look at the two calmly. Then, her surroundings seemed blurry, as if the passage of time was slowed down. Then, she suddenly appeared next to Kutulan to punch her. However, the barbarian reacted in time and disappeared. Shadow displacement. So, her main Dao is law, thought Su Shi, who did not stop her punching her action despite her opponent already gone. Then, something magical occurred. The spot where Kutulan disappeared suddenly changed, and she reappeared right before Su Shi's punch. Time reversal. Her last thought was before her head exploded due to the punch, and her body crashed to the ground. At the same time, Taoyue's arrow hit Su Shi's heart, however, it did no damage. The moment the arrow came a few seconds close to touching her clothes, it decayed and disappeared since it was made from Taoyue's energy. Sister, we can no longer hold back, suddenly yelled Taoyue as the tattoos on his arm lit up. Then, a dragon-like creature appeared behind him. It had a pair of wings, a deer's head, and a snake's tail. Philian, thought all the spectators. It is common knowledge that most demon races came from innate demons. As such, there is a particular group of demon races called primogenitor demon. They were the first demon clan created by the innate demons and were crucial to the innate acquire war. Many people believe the primogenitor demons to be the perfect combination of innate and acquired life forms. And during the war, many of them sided with the acquired species and became a real problem after acquiring the heaven will. Their contribution to the war was on par with degraded demons, innate demons who abandoned their innate nature to become acquired races. Many of them did that to infiltrate the heavenward worlds, where only acquired races could prove the Tao, and weaken that side. Others did it to escape the shackles of being an innate life form. For example, three-legged golden crows are degraded demons. However, they usually do not like that name to refer to themselves. Meanwhile, an enormous wolf with black fur and a snake for a tail appeared above where Cultivation landed. The wolf's fur appeared as if they were constructed from shadows themselves. Shadow Snake Wolf, another primogenitor demon. Cultivation flew to the sky, her tattoos glowing and her head perfectly intact. The Shadow Snake Wolf turned into a picture rune on her chest, and Taoyue did the same. Suddenly, the aura of these two increased. Wing god arrows. In many worlds, different races referred to Philion as the god of wind. Today, Taoyue showed the reason. Thousands of arrows descended on Su Shi at speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, once they arrived before her, they turned into these enormous tornadoes capable of destroying all matter, energy, and even laws. They could destroy worlds. Nevertheless, she remained calm as she had the utmost faith in her husband's primal chaos art. However, she did not want to reveal the extent of her fleshly body, for now, so she waved her hand. Then, all these arrows stopped midway in motion as she had reverted them to their state of inertia. Suddenly, Su Shi frowned as she sensed something directly attacking her soul and ignoring her Buddhist defense. Numerous tentacles suddenly appeared inside her sea of consciousness and attacked her primordial spirit. Controlling the shadows created by soul. What an ingenious application of shadow law. I should not underestimate my opponent. A bright light appeared in her sea of consciousness, dispersing all the shadows, which tried to fight off the light to no avail. All of these actions occurred in a blink of an eye, but it was still enough time for the barbarian siblings to go on the offensive. Spatial Wind Arrow. Taoyue's arrow bent spacetime as it traveled toward his opponent. The ripple created by bending spacetime generated wind made of space itself that could shred any matter, energy, or spiritual power. Shadow Confinement. A black dome covered Su Shi to prevent her escape, but the arrow easily passed through it. Nevertheless, she remained composed. The siblings sensed a terrible danger right before the arrow hit her, but it was too late for them to react. They suddenly found themselves inside the black dome, facing Taoyue's arrow, while their opponent was outside. Boom! The black dome exploded, and the siblings fell from the sky, their bodies mutilated and their souls injured. Everyone knew they would not get back up. What exactly did she do? Asked Li Jun. I could sense the subtle power of time, but I could not completely detect her actions. Time exchange. She exchanged their time to achieve spatial displacement. With your reaction speed, you would not fall for this move. The siblings underestimated her. I see. Can you do that? Of course, and I can even do it better. Wang Wei was not lying. He could use space, time, fate, and even shadows to achieve the same effect. Do you think I can beat her in a fight? I honestly do not know. She seems to be hiding a lot of things. Wang Wei then looked at the barbarian siblings. He could see the unwillingness on Cultivation's face. She regretted not being able to use her full power and even her trump card. I hope she gets her chance at revenge. For Wang Wei, the more the myriad Emperor World's people fought, the better for him since he could gather information about them. Although he did not consider most of his competitors a threat, he would not let his guard down before the final battle. Looking at the injured siblings, he took the opportunity while they were weak and helpless to read their fate lines and gather some information. The ancient spirit world is interesting, including their cultivation system. Did you find something? Yes. There is a unique dimension where many spirits of fallen demon races will be born. After tempering their bodies to a certain level, the cultivators in that world will journey through the ancient spirit realm to defeat and subdue a spirit that can even help them comprehend laws. That's indeed unique. What level of spirits is there? Apparently, there are even innate gods and great emperors who became spirits. However, it seems that few people could acquire them. Isn't that a little too overpowered? I'm sure there are some limitations. Plus, I bet some great emperors are using this as a method to resurrect themselves. That makes sense. Then, the two looked in the same direction as someone approached them. So, young Master Yi, you could no longer wait. Why would I need to wait for a human like you? You say that, yet you waited a week before taking action, replied Wang Wei casually. Chapter 537 Dao Child's Provocation. Wang Wei looked up and down at this person, and his mouth almost twitched. He sensed a unique aura from this Yi Tuji. It was the aura of an outlaw. He instantly this person cultivated an outlaw Dao, but he had not passed his trial yet. So, am I his trial? Thought Wang Wei. He quickly divined the secrets of heaven. He was not necessarily Yi Tuizi's trial, but someone in this trial was. So, it could be him or any of the other heaven chosen. However, considering everyone's displayed strength and potential, could be him or Chu Luo. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind as he pondered whether to confront Yi Tuizi or just hide. He did not want to be Heavenly Dao's pawn. As for his reputation of running away from a battle, he did not care about such a thing. After all, the trial's rules only implied it was forbidden to run away. There were no rules that expressly prohibited such an act. While these two titans were about to clash, the situation on Su Shi's side suddenly changed. Someone else appeared before her, most likely intending to challenge her too. Shi Qian, don't you feel any shame targeting me after depleting my stamina? Su Shi said. You should understand that this trial's rules are the same as the heaven will battle, anything goes. Plus, are you exhausted? Where is your pride as an immortal child? Pride? Can I eat it? Can it make me stronger? Su Shi squinted her eyes, looking at this so openly shameless woman. Many thoughts flashed across her mind as she analyzed the situation. Then, without hesitation, she took her token and threw it to Shi Qian, an act that surprised her. This was a calculated move on Su Shi's part. The sixth-seated place was unique as too many vied for this position. Although she had confidence in herself, she did not want to reveal too much of her strength before she saw how the other parts of the competition took place. Of course, Su Shi would not give up this trial. The deceiving heaven longevity art was too valuable for her. She did not want this technique to contribute to another insurgent technique in the academy. Her true goal was to use this technique to deceive heaven that her husband had passed the outlaw trial and revived him using this method. If not, at least deceive heavens that he failed his trial but survived. Su Shi did not know whether this technique could accomplish something like this. However, this was her first chance at reviving him, so she wanted to try no matter what. So, she gave Shi Qian one last look before returning to her mansion and activating the arrays. No matter what, she would retake the token, possibly one of an even higher place. Su Shi's action surprised Shi Qian along with many people. However, after a brief analysis, many people realized this was a genius move. At this point in the trial, all the seeded tokens are nothing but hot potatoes. Other competitors can attack seeded players, but even they can only defend their position. So, as of now, they have a weaker hand. Shi Qian looked at the token in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Like Su Shi, she did not want the final scripture because of its implications for her factions or family. She wanted to see if she could deceive heavens that she was a Tao child that could control their Tao source seed or even an emperor child. Typically, such heaven-defying methods should not be possible. The enormous gap between mortals and immortals would make it impossible for a mortal, no matter how talented, to deceive heavens that he was an immortal child or another blessed one. True heavenly Tao has always been very strict regarding things such as this. However, as one of the three blessed beings, she believed she had a chance at succeeding. And once she does, she is guaranteed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor. After thinking about all of these, Shi Qian looked at her surrounding, waiting to see if anyone would challenge her. However, no one did so as they focused on the confrontation between Wang Wei and Yi Tuizi. In this brief distraction, Wang Wei had already made a decision regarding this battle. He received a hint that the quickest way to gather the resources needed for this final incarnation was through this young Master Yi. So, he could not resist the temptation. Nevertheless, he also needed to be cautious. He looked at the killing intent emanating from Yi Tuizi, and Wang Wei cracked his neck. It's been a while since he let loose, and he had the chance now, especially since the trial space was strengthened to withstand all their powers. Otherwise, Su Shi's previous battle would have created devastating destruction to the surrounding. I genuinely hate it when I see confident humans like you. Thinking how powerful most of your kind is in other worlds makes me sick. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Typically, he would try to understand his opponent's mindset, history, or background. But, this time, he did not care. I don't like how you look at me, said Wang Wei. So, let's begin with your eyes. Before Yi Tuizi could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of him with speed beyond his reaction and time. Then, he ripped his eyeballs from their sockets. Young Master screamed out loud as he felt pain unlike he had ever experienced in his 1,000 years of life. How could he resist? After all, Wang Wei had not used his pain innate talent for a long time despite continuing to train this ability, so he can magnify the pain of all his attacks by factors of millions, if not more. As Wang Wei watched the eyeballs regenerate, he grabbed Yi Tuizi by the head and flew to the sky like he was holding a helpless chicken. In his flying paths, hundreds of blue stars appeared. Wang Wei used the star essence in his acupoints and mixed them with the chaos flame inside his heart to create these chaos stars. As he ran Yi Tuizi through the first one, the tiger demon screamed as the chaos flame burned every atom of his flesh, not even sparing his soul. But it was not the end. Wang Wei held him with a firm grip, preventing him from moving an inch before running him through close to 100 stars. Enough, roared Yi Tuizi, creating a shockwave that pushed Wang Wei away. At the same time, a yin breath emanated from his body as the blue star became encased in black ice. Yi Tuizi looked at his opponent, fury oozing from every pore in his body. The aura he released slightly bent the space around him. At this point, he only had half of his body left while the other half had already turned into ashes. Young Master Yi opened his mouth to instantly swallowed 5 of the chaos stars before Wang Wei placed them away. Then, in an instant, his body regenerated. God of Death's judgment, a phantom of an enormous man with red skin, a long beard, and wearing a traditional black robe and a judge's cap with the 2 characters of King and Death. The phantom took out a book and a brush, looked deeply at Wang Wei before flipping to a page, and wrote his name. A bloodline divine ability. Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this technique came from Yi Tuizi's body instead of something cast or used through law comprehension. A white light descended from the sky and enveloped Wang Wei. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing else happened. Trying to judge my sins based on karma. Shouldn't you know better after what happened during the dinner, said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He waved his hand to manifest an enormous hand that ripped the book and brush from this phantom's hand. Then, the hand wrote a name in the book. Yi Tuizi's face became ugly after seeing this and quickly deactivated his bloodline ability. Unfortunately, it was slightly too late, so he suffered backlash by vomiting a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became paler. Wang Wei once again appeared before him and kicked him straight in his face, sending him crashing to the ground. I must say, you truly have one of these faces that people simply want to stomp on. Everything became eerily quiet for a moment before loud waves of laughter echoed throughout the city. The people watching, especially the humans, could not help laughing after hearing this. None of them liked how these demons from the demon supremacy world treated humans, and they were weary of their ideologies of suppressing and eradicating humans. So, it brought them great joy to see Yi Tuizi mistreated like this. "Screw all of you," roared young Master Yi as his overwhelming hatred suppressed the unsurmountable pain he currently felt. An ugly creature suddenly appeared behind him. It was only a head with red eyes and wrinkles resembling scales. The creature then opened its mouth wider than a python trying to swallow an elephant, displaying all its fangs. There were thousands of them, making people wonder if they all fit inside. Tao Tai was the name that appeared on everybody's mind. Chapter 538 The unorthodox Weitoutis were a unique race throughout the endless void because of how they were born. Most worlds followed the same path of development after their inceptions. There were disorder chaos chi all over these worlds, making it impossible for any lifeforms to be born. After many years, the disorder chaos chi became orderly chaos chi, and heavenly Tao created the first innate lifeforms. A few required chaos chi to be bred, but they are still considered innate lifeforms. Now, Tao Tais are different. They are creatures directly bred from the disorder chaos chi and, as such, are considered chaos lifeforms. Very few creatures are considered chaos lifeforms in the endless void. The number could probably be counted on one hand. However, they usually have a few things in common. They are extremely powerful and uncontrollable. They can all be described as mad, living only for the desire of destruction. The Tao Tai summoned by Yi Tuizi opened its mouth and swallowed everything and everyone within 100 meters diameter around him. The houses, people, and spiritual energy. The weak participants, the aid they brought, and the maid the trial gave all participants could not resist or react in time as the mouth devoured their flesh, blood, and soul. A little provocation and this guy turns almost everyone against him, thought Wang Wei. So far, there has been an unwritten rule not to involve innocent people like the maid or the people working in the city in this competition. But Yi Tuizi did not care and broke the rule. Many people Euro, including his kind from other worlds Euro, will officially turn him during this competition. With just one move, he becomes alienated. Wang Wei looked at the Tao Tai with calmness. He was not scared since he knew it was not the real thing. Otherwise, he would have run away and called for his ancestor. The beast was only a manifestation of Yi Tuizi's law of devouring. Yi Tuizi healed his cracked skull and took a deep breath to calm down. Then, his body morphed into a tiger the size of a mountain with red stripes on its back and 2 bull horns. He disappeared before reappearing in front of Wang Wei. The Tao Tai behind him opened its mouth with the intent of swallowing the small thing in front of him. After calming down, Yi Tuizi realized this was an opportunity for him. His strength would drastically increase as long as he could swallow this human. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had plenty of time to think. Gravity is a part of the devouring Tao. So, he used its power to pull and fold space and achieve teleportation. These heaven-chosens are nothing to scoff. Small luminous dots appeared in different spots on his body. Knowledgeable individuals knew these were the physical manifestations of his acupoints. Then, a terrifying swallowing power came from Wang Wei's body, canceling Yi Tuizi's before he punched the tiger. Boom! The surrounding space bend as shock waves travels outward a few dozens of meters. However, this attack did no damage to Yi Tuizi as he devoured the force behind the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei's keen senses detected that the latter's fleshly body suddenly became more powerful. Albeit the increase was well hidden, he could still detect it. The increase in strength is too large, thought Wang Wei. Although the law of devour can devour everything to help its user's development, there is still a limit based on the individual. And according to his calculation, Yi Tuizi's growth exceeded his limit. He punched the tiger again with the same outcome. Nevertheless, he still learned something. His devouring Tao also involves something similar to growth law or evolution law, which allows him to better digest the things he swallowed. A perfect combination if I say so myself. Yi Tuizi raised his sharp claws, slashing at Wang Wei's face. Crack! Young Master Ye's face became ugly to look at. His claw Sayuro, which could easily slash through neutron star Sayuro, broke as they clashed with his opponent's face. Wang Wei raised his hand to punch him for the third time, this time using the power of fate. Boom! Yi Tuizi flew away before crashing to the floor. When Wang Wei's fist touched him, he used fate law to determine the limit of his opponent's absorption power. Then, the attack finally succeeded once the force behind his punch exceeded that limit. Tao Overlord, thought Chu Luo, who was watching the battle in the distance like many others. Deep in his eyes was slight envy. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi quickly stood up from the ground, even going on the offensive. Bloodline divine ability, hell suppression. He appeared in front of his opponent and slammed down with his paw while the latter raised one hand to block crack. Small space cracks appeared underneath Wang Wei's feet, and with each second, the cracks expanded in size. His mass and weight can increase infinitely, thought Wang Wei as he felt the tiger's weight become drastically higher with each passing second. Based on his calculator, his fleshly body would not be able to bear it in half a minute. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond. He had many ways to deal with the situation. Use fate to limit the mass increase, use time to keep reverting it to weight that he could bear, or use yin-yang to make it so that his opponent became lighter with each passing second. In the end, he chose a not-so-revealing method. He pretended he was struggling to block the attack. And at the exact moment Yi Tuizi's mass reached the limit of his fleshly body, he activated the gluttony swallowing scripture to absorb all the tiger's mass and weight and convert it into energy to increase the size of the more than 500 supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. Wang Wei felt it. In just a few seconds, he increases his from 25,000 dragon elephant force to 50,000. So, now, he could destroy 50 million middle thousand worlds with one punch. Regrettably, he was still in the second layer of the true power Tao realm. At the same time, Wang Wei quickly sealed his increased strength since he felt he did not have proper control. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi's black fur became slightly pale after having his strength swallowed. More importantly, he felt humiliated losing to someone else regarding the laws of devour. Nevertheless, he acted quickly. He used the store power he kept in case of emergency to return to his peak state before continuing attacking. Bloodline Domain, Lord of Hell. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world around him change. He was no longer inside the trial city, floating in the air. He was now standing in a pool of lava. He could feel a creepy wind blowing around, containing the sound of grieving souls. Ordinary cultivators would have their spirit and soul affected by the wind and sound, but he did not care. Above his head was an enormous wheel with the character, good and evil, displaying its might. A terrifying devouring power emanated from everywhere, trying to devour everything that makes up his existence. The laws inside his body became extremely difficult to mobilize, the same for the origin essence inside his divine sea. If it was not for the quality of his soul, he sensed that even his spiritual power would have difficulty being used. A domain that combined his bloodline and his law. Thought Wang Wei, looking in the distance where Yi Tuizi had a humanoid shape, sitting on a throne with a book and pen floating before him. Without wasting time, he ordered his army composed of creatures with ox heads and horse faces to attack his opponent. In his domain, these creatures were endless, and as long as he could tire his opponent, he could swallow him. Wang Wei quickly analyzed the situation before deciding to use overwhelming force to break this domain. After all, the environment was literally working against him. However, he stopped as he suddenly had a divine hint to use the power of a domain as well to break free. He knew these hints were a manifestation of his luck and destiny laws. They would give suggestions to do things that would be beneficial to him. So, Wang Wei wrapped his body with a slight power from the free will incarnation's domain and became free from the restriction of a domain. With this method, he quickly escaped Yi Tuizi's bloodline domain. In the distance, Chu Luo squinted his eyes after seeing the method Wang Wei used to escape. The unorthodox method of the Nine Extremities Foundation, he muttered. Suddenly, the second-seated player became an eyesore as he remembered two of his greatest failures. His parents informed him of the Nine Extremities Foundation as they encouraged him to walk that difficult path. They first suggested he use the unorthodox way since it was less time-consuming. They told him the 3 requirements for using this method. Firstly, the soul must be of sufficient quality. As an emperor child and with his parents' resources, he quickly met the requirement. The second requirement was to enter the Di realm. After learning about this secret cultivation realm, he developed a way to reach it, and with the protection of his parents, divine punishment thunder was not a big deal. Where he failed was the last requirement, having a tiny amount of understanding about his existence. He did not need the level required to be an eternal emperor, but enough so that when he fused with the other clones, there would be no problem, backlash, or loss of strength. Unfortunately, even after his father Euro, a pseudo-eternal emperor Euro, preached his understanding of existence to him, he could not comprehend anything. His parents did not blame him since it is rare for anyone to understand anything regarding existence, without the heavenly will presenting the concept to any individual. To do so beforehand would require not only immense comprehension but also luck and maybe even the perfect environment. Nevertheless, Chu Luo never forgets the fleeting disappointment in his parents' eyes when he failed after numerous attempts. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use the orthodox method and reincarnate himself over and over while condensing a unique Tao inheritance seed that contained all his strength, bloodline, comprehension, etc., before absorbing it in his subsequent lives. Chapter 539 Survive. Yi Tuizi rushed out of his domain, heading straight for his opponent. Despite not being inside, the domain still boosted all his strength, it only lost the effect of suppressing his opponent. Then, the black tiger's eyes suddenly glowed red. Bloodline ability, Avasi Hell, Wang Wei then saw an illusion of countless demons tormenting his soul. So, he secretly shook his head. Most people who fight him could see the anomaly of his soul after one attempt and be wise not to fight him on this field. Yet, this arrogant little demon seemed not to learn anything from the beginning of this fight. Wang Wei snorted coldly, and a deep power from his sea of consciousness instantly destroyed the illusion. At the same time, Yi Tuizi's eyes began to bleed because of the backlash of his failed attack. "Let's end this charade," said Wang Wei as he condensed a spear made of origin essence. Boom! The air exploded as he threw the projectile with unimaginable force. The clouds in the sky scat because of the sheer power of the throw, and as the spear traveled to its destination, it left a trail where space-time curved. Yi Tuizi's pupils dilated as he watched death rapidly approach him. Everything began to move in slow motion so that he could see every detail of the spear's trajectory. Unfortunately, his body could not move. Move, damn it, move. This can't be the end. It was pointless. His mind could react, but not his body. As the spear approached a meter from his body, the fear of death almost overwhelmed him. Then, Yi Tuizi heard a roaring voice, "Are you going to lose to a mere human? Where is your pride?" A roar of anger and frustration resonated deep in his soul. Then, Yi Tuizi's aura suddenly increased, becoming nobler, more ethereal, more immortal-like. Then, at the last possible second, he transformed into his human form to avoid the spear. "Can't be," thought Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. "I should thank you," said Yi Tuizi with newfound confidence and calmness. "So, you've acquired control of your Dao soar seed." "Indeed. It seems that it is true what they say, there is a power of sublimation between life and death," replied Yi Tuizi as he clenched his hand, feeling the surge in power. After gaining control of the seed, it released an immortal aura that drastically increased his strength. "In that case, let's end this pointless battle," Wang Wei said calmly. "Do you know how to be scared now?" "Scared? Do you think you're my opponent now? Unless you're willing to sacrifice that seed." Yi Tuizi looked at him with intense killing intent. "Are you serious? You're throwing away your chance at proving the Tao for what? Pride? No one can insult me and live long to tell the tale, especially not a human." Bang! A terrifying aura emanated from his body that shook the entire city. All the Heaven Chosen watching the fight were forced to kneel on the ground by the overwhelming power of that aura. Everyone except Chu Luo. These arrogant geniuses tried to resist. To them, they would never bow to anyone, even an immortal. Regrettably, they did not have the strength to back up their pride. Yi Tuizi waved his hand to manifest an enormous black tiger paw that descended from the heavens like a god punishing mortals by squashing them as easily as bugs. Boom! The place where the paw landed exploded, generating a powerful shockwave that annihilated all matters, energy, laws, and concept above the trial city. "Is this the power of Immortal?" thought Shi Qian, who also knelt on the ground. "I must have that power." She felt it was a shame that the second-seeded player would encounter such an opponent. Otherwise, based on the displayed strength, he would have probably made a mighty emperor. Many people felt the same way as her. The Heaven Chosens lamented how unlucky this Wang Wei was. At the same time, they also became elated since Yi Tuizi no longer had this power. Now, they only had to worry about the first-seeded player. They hoped he was not foolish enough to destroy his future for a short gain such as this inheritance. The dark clouds generated by the explosion blew away, and everyone watching this fight had their eyeballs bigger than their forehead, a person in terrible shape floating in the air. His left arm and right eyes were missing and had burned marks on different parts of his face. Additionally, he had a large hole in his stomach where his organs and golden spine were visible. Wang Wei calmly looked at Yi Tuizi, and everyone could sense the fury emanating from his body. Some people even felt he was releasing pressure on par with the previously boosted Yi Tuizi. Impossible. How could you survive the full blow of one leaf Immortal Venerable? Only Wang Wei knew how much effort he used to survive that attack. He knew he could not directly block this attack or reduce its power. So, he focused all his attention on survival. He used time laws to constantly revert himself to his peak state. He encased himself with a luck probability field to ensure something would go wrong, and this attack would do the weakest damage to himself. He blessed his destiny with that of someone who survived an attack from an immortal tier powerhouse. He used the cycle of yin and yang to form a powerful shield to protect him. And whenever he came close to death, he used samsara laws to convert his death state to a living state. Furthermore, he connected his fate to someone close to him, ancestor Wuxia, and transferred much of the attack's damage to him. Despite all of this, he almost died. Honestly, if he did not use the last week to ask the sect's immortal powerhouse to ensure that the third incarnation reached the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he knew he would have still died. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he sensed his body. Although the attack had the strength of an immortal venerable, it did not have immortal chi that would hinder his healing. So, in a few seconds, he returned to his peak physical state. He even activated the runes in his clothes to regrow them back. Then, he instantly appeared before Yi Tuizi. As the tiger demon looked at those gray eyes, he felt a fear embedded deep in his bloodline. It was the fear when humans used to be the ones at the top of the food chain. His instinct took over, and he wanted to run away. However, he was unable to move as the space itself restrained him. Wang Wei did not waste his time as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Yi Tuizi's face. He punched the latter more than 1,000,000,000 times in less than a second without holding back. Hyena screams of agony echoed throughout the city. The sound was worse than a pig being butchered. Oddly, Yi Tuizi's head remained intact despite all these punches. And this was not an accident. Wang Wei used his own power to reinforce the tiger's head so he could withstand his punches. The beating continued for 5 minutes straight, with him punching more than 1,000,000 times in 1 second. So, for the next 5 minutes, these heaven chosens had to hear the demon squealing as if he had worked on his brother having sex with his wife. It was simply heartbroken. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei stopped as he took a deep breath to calm down. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A white light emanated from Yi Tuizi's body and entered his mouth. He absorbed the latter's lifespan. Now, what will happen if I absorb the lifespan of an immortal creature? Let's find out, thought Wang Wei. Not long, he discovered his answer. He could only absorb 1 yuan epoch of lifespan, a total of 1.269 trillion years. Then, Yi Tuizi dried up like a mummy. He is still immortal, but his Dao foundation is destroyed, thought Wang Wei as he observed him. Now, he needed to know what to do with him. Yi Tuizi must die, but he cannot die in his hand. The demon supremacy world is very aggressive toward human-dominated worlds. So, based on the information he gathered by reading Yi Tuizi's fate line, they will definitely use this opportunity to invade the Myriad Emperor world. They have done this before. Although the different demon tribes often fought with each other, they were incredibly united in their hatred and opposition to the human race. Usually, the Myriad Emperor world would not fear any plain invasions. What Wang Wei worried about was that the demon supremacy world used the excuse that they were only after the Dao opening sect. With the political landscape of the Myriad Emperor world, the other sects might abandon their unity and let them invade, just to weaken the Dao opening sect. And Wang Wei would not let that happen. At the same time, his fury must be appeased. So, Yi Tuizi must die, but not in his hands. So, he took a copy of the latter's soul imprints. After years of analyzing, he discovered this was what his soul network used to connect to other world communities. As long as he accesses the demon supremacy world community, he can plan for Yi Tuizi's death. All these thoughts quickly flashed across his mind as he made a decision. Then, he threw the tiger demon's body to the ground like he was throwing a rag. Then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and caught young Master Yi. He quickly checked his body and became relieved when he discovered that only his foundation had been destroyed. He then looked at Wang Wei. Every inch of his body wanted to slap this kid for what he did to his son. However, he could sense a terrifying aura locking him from the shadow. He knew if he made the wrong move, he would be annihilated. The middle-aged man sighed, lamenting his weakness that he was not an insurgent. After that, he disappeared without saying a word. Chapter 540 Dao Ancestors Classification. Wang Wei looked at the people watching the battle, his eyes asking them if any of them was foolish enough to challenge him again. And based on how they averted his eyes, he got his answer. So, he flew to his mansion, which he thought was destroyed during the battle. However, it seems that the small world the trial took place was a special one as all the destroyed houses had reappeared a few seconds after the battle ended. So, he entered and reinstalled the arrays he previously had. Chu Luo watched Wang Wei leave with a slightly stern look while countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He needed the deceiving heaven longevity art for a particular reason, and no matter what, he must get his hands on it. His 9 extremities foundation seemed to be in the early stages. Otherwise, he would not be so weak. However, he might become a problem based on how long this trial takes. So, he analyzed the situation before concluding that there was no need to worry too much. The second-seeded player was not as much of a threat to him, at least in the combat department of this trial. The minimum requirement for the 9 extremities foundation to succeed is to have the strength of a Dao ancestor. At the same time, there are different levels or classifications of Dao ancestors based on strength. Anything below that meant the process had failed. So, even if Wang Wei succeeded, Chu Luo believed he would still be stronger. And the reason he came to this conclusion is the downside of the unorthodox method: lack of time. Most people who walked the unorthodox ways had only one generation to cultivate the other incarnations before the final fusion. So, it is challenging to temper them to the limit like people who use the orthodox path. As such, most unorthodox people are the weakest Dao ancestors after completion. All I have to do is watch out for the other competition categories. The third-seeded player, Yi Dafu, watched the battle, excitement all over his eyes. This king is looking forward to fighting you. He was not deterred by Wang Wei's feat of surviving the full blow of an immortal venerable. His disaster bloodline can also do the same, albeit he would pay a terrible price. Based on his analysis, that human is now in terrible shape inside his mansion, trying everything possible to heal his injuries quickly. The immortal swordsman, Ji Lanfang, lay on a rooftop in the distance, spectating both battles. During the entire process, he never stopped drinking. What a strong meat shield. Maybe he can survive more than one of my serious sword slashes. Hiccup, he muttered. Mu Lei, the 5th-seeded player, calmly looked in the distance. Such a strong body. If only I could swallow it. Shi Qian, the new 6th-seeded player, clenched her teeth as she watched Wang Wei leave. No matter what, I must get this inheritance. Although she was one of the blessed ones, her situation was not looking too good. Her parents were loose cultivators who once helped a great emperor during his rise, and he rewarded them with immortal qi as karma repayment. So, her background may not be as high as some heaven chosen from emperor lineages. Worse, not long after she was conceived, Shi Qian's father died in some unknown secret realm while trying to get some rare resources for her. So, she only had a single mother to raise and protect her, which has not been easy because many people believe that by absorbing the source of an immortal child, especially one from the light race, they could wash away their karma without the help of an emperor. So, Shi Qian spent most of her childhood in hiding, waiting for the heaven will battle. She believed she could win this generation's heaven will battle with her talent. However, recently, a monster appeared in her world. That monster used to be an insurgent Dao ancestor but decided to give up all his powers and reincarnate to prove the Dao. Shi Qian did not think she had a chance at winning. Normally, she could wait for the next generation. Regrettably, that monster belonged to the sect that killed her father during a secret realm. So, if he proved the Dao before her, she knew that she and her mother would not survive long. Shi Qian was not the only person feeling anxious. Su Shi never felt so close to reviving her husband. And yet, the opportunity might slip from her hands, she was unwilling. Whether it was this trial or the heaven will battle, she could not lose. As she looked at the departing Wang Wei, a thought came to mind: maybe, I should consider acquiring an identity token from another world community and compete there instead. As soon as this idea got into her mind, she could not remove it. Let's see how things unfold before making a decision. Maybe, this was the way for her future. Am I going to fail again? Thought Jingwu Hua as she looked in the distance. Then, she placed her hand on her ribs and caressed them. No, my father predicted this possible outcome and prepared for the worst. I should trust him. While Feng Huang looked at Wang Wei's back, no one, maybe even herself, did not know what she felt or was thinking. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing smiled before muttering. As expected of a genius like him. However, it is not guaranteed that the throne will be yours yet. Feng Heng was one of the few people who saw how Wang Wei survived the attack, while all the others only marveled at his power and means. Who would have thought he not only survived the Supreme Outlaw trial, but he became so powerful? I thought Di Tian was my only problem, but now, there is another. Feng Heng thought about steps to take for the future to ensure the rise of Buddhism in the lower dimension. It was his mission, and he would succeed at all costs. I need to prepare some hidden cards before the final battles, and they have to be ones at the immortal level. Before then, let's focus on our objective. He did not come for the deceiving heaven longevity art. If he acquired it, that would be useful. If not, it did not matter in the long run. Then, Feng Heng looked at someone in the distance. The divine race. So, they can show up again after I created some loopholes on the absolute beginning magic. Maybe, I can begin to spread the seed of Buddhism throughout the endless void through him. He squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Let's be cautious and investigate first. The divine race, Liang Shixian, looked at the departed Wang Wei. A unique soul. Maybe, he can help me. Then, he sensed a gaze and looked in Feng Heng's direction. After looking at the person for a second, he averted his gaze. A hooded figure also watched the departed Wang Wei. I've heard that the fate-dominating emperor was an air-suppressing genius in his youth, but I did not think he would be this powerful. Well, given his accomplishment, it would make sense. The hooded figure's face squinted under the hood. It does not matter. No matter what, I will destroy you in the cradle before you can grow up and save the entire chaos universe. After entering his mansion, Wang Wei immediately contacted Ancestor Wuqing. Kid, are you alright? Just minor injuries. That's good. So, what do you want? What's with the attitude? I'm not very fond of you transferring that attack to me. Common, Ancestor, that was probably like a mosquito bite for you. I still don't like it. I apologize, Wang Wei said with a very sincere face. Good, I accept your apology. Wang Wuchen did not know whether he was truly sincere. Can I still do it in the future? Now, he knew. Whatever. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite ancestor. Wang Wuqing ignored the kid's cheekiness. So, why did you contact me? How strong was that person who took Yi Tuizi away? He's a 3-root Dao ancestor. Explanation, please. Didn't you read the books in the secret archives? I'm not done since I've been busy. Plus, when it comes to immortal tier information, a lot of them are vague. Just the other paths, the Dao path also has a classification for strength. Do you know the difference between emperors and Dao ancestors? The former control the grand Dao source, while the latter borrows its power. Correct. But on a technical level, it is not true. Dao ancestors can control the grand Dao source, only up to 4%. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of something. There are 2 reasons many people do not go to Great Thousand Worlds to become Dao ancestor. The main one is the immortal tribulation is extremely difficult. And secondly, this method could only create the weakest Dao ancestors, 1-root Dao ancestor. These Dao powerhouse have 0 control of the grand Dao source. Although there are some exceptions, it is scarce. Now, when Great Emperor refines a seed for someone, he can allow them brief access to the grand Dao source to comprehend and control up to 4%, and the more percentage, the higher the root. So, that person only controls 2%. Yes. Using that 2% in his internal world, he can resonate with the Grand Tao source and borrow its power. How fascinating. Ancestor, what's your level? Of course, I'm a 5 root Tao ancestor. Without that level, it is extremely difficult to become an insurgent. That makes sense. I remember you saying that 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can fight some Tao ancestor? That's right. Some can fight 1 to 2 roots. Wang Wei frowned slightly as he thought of something. The weakest third-class emperor only has 5% control of the Grand Tao source, yet, according to you, the strength disparity to a 5-root Tao ancestor is unimaginable. Is the difference that exaggerated? You have no idea, Wang Wuqing replied with a long, desolate sigh. I once met an unparalleled genius who managed to control 4.9% of the Grand Tao source before becoming a Tao ancestor. And yet, in front of the lowest third-class emperor, he could only run away after a few hundreds blow. And he even later admitted that emperor was not even trying to kill him. That 0.1% gap is a nightmare of despair. Just like the saying, heaven and earth treat everybody like dogs. In the upper dimension, great emperors are probably just bigger ants, let alone other immortal powerhouses, commented Wang Wei calmly. Maybe, muttered Wang Wuqing. Let's not talk about this. From what I know about you, you must have left Yi Tuizi alive for a reason. So, what's your plan? Chapter 541 The Demon Supremacy World. Wang Wei told Wang Wuqing about the Demon Supremacy World and his worries if he were to kill Yi Tuizi. You did a good job. Although our sect is powerful, there is no need to create more enemies. That's how Wang Wei felt, so he nodded his head. Out of curiosity, how would we fare against the entire Demon Supremacy World? Wang Wuqing thought for a moment. If they have an eternal emperor hiding in their world, we probably will not survive for long. If not, we could run away and hide with Shadow 1 and 2. Then, use guerrilla tactics to cripple the most powerful demon tribes and win this war. Eternal Emperor. That is a variable. Do you plan to do something? Yi Tuizi must die. Wang Wei did not want to kill him simply because he injured him, but because of the possible threat this person could pose. With Yi Tuizi's talent, even without the power of the Tao Soar Seed, it is very likely for him to prove the Tao. And on the unlikely chance that Wang Wei fails, he could guess that Tiger Demon would return for revenge. So, he must remove the threat in the cradle. Do you need something? I need 1 talisman to prevent any Emperor tier powerhouse from tracking me down and a few talismans that can kill Tao ancestors. Alright, give me a few days. I'll bring everything. That's fine. The competition won't start for another month. Wang Wuqing left, and Wang Wei went to refine the soul imprint he took from Yi Tuizi, allowing his soul network to access the Demon Supremacy World community. Then, he took out a talisman that recorded many things, the most important of which was something Chu Luo muttered, the unorthodox method of the 9 Extremities Foundation. Before the battle, Wang Wei scattered the array virus in the surroundings to spy on everyone present. He would secretly record these heaven-choseness aura, law fluctuation, emotions, and words. He did not allow the viruses to enter their bodies because he divined that if he overused the array virus in this way, it would be a matter of time before Heavenly Tao detected it, which would lead to Grand Tao noticing him again. 9 Extremities Foundation, unorthodox method, Wang Wei muttered before using his fate law to divine the secrets of heaven and earth. Since he was already walking on that path, he did not encounter any resistance when learning about the 9 Extremities Foundation and learned a lot about it. It seems I don't have to worry about rejection from the incarnation's innate materials. From his divination, he knew the innate materials on the incarnations would turn into a pure power that nourishes the main body during the final fusion. As such, he does not have to worry about clashes or rejections. As long as someone can pass or survive the outlaw trial, they can receive countless opportunities. Wang Wei knew if his trial did not lead to Lin Fan's trial, he would never have the opportunity to understand something regarding existence, and thus would be incapable of walking the unorthodox path of the Nine Extremities Foundation. Even with his comprehension, without the right opportunity, he might not have succeeded. This is the reason that luck is a fundamental aspect of any powerful cultivator. Finally, he reviewed the information he gathered on these people before going to meet with Ancestor Wuxia again. Wang Wei received many jade talismans, along with a necklace. Shadow One refined a talisman for you and lent you his personal chaos treasure. The key word is lending, you must return it. What's with the emphasis on lending? With how shameless you are, I would not be surprised if you tried to keep it for yourself. Wang Wei's lips twitched, but he did not refute. So, what does it do? With your fateless status, it should allow you to even hide from an eternal emperor, albeit briefly. If you sense someone on that level tracking you down, abandon everything and retreat. It should be fine. From what I learned from Yi Tuizi, the demon supremacy world only had 3 eternal emperors, and they should all be gone. Nevertheless, I will be careful in case there is one secretly hiding. Your cautiousness reassures me. Wang Wei entered seclusion again before activating the soul network. This time, he had 3 purple orbs floating in front of him, signaling the Myriad Emperor world, the Martial Supreme world, and the Demon Supremacy world. Wang Wei chose the new addition to the network, gaining access to a bunch of souls with that he could form connections. Then, he chose a random one as an anchor to send a projection into the Demon Supremacy world. The first thing he noticed was the towering trees that elevated to the sky. Everywhere he looked or used his divine sense to look, there were forests, mountains, rivers, and farms, giving the entire world a nature-like and picturesque atmosphere. Wang Wei looked at the trees and knew many demon tribes lived on top of them. The history of this world has some similarities and was influenced by the Myriad Emperor world. There was a Null era as a result of the innate acquire war. Then, the cultivators rebuilt civilizations. The demons called that period the beginning era. In that era, demons and humans competed with each other to become the racial protagonist of this world. The fight was relatively balanced until a human became enlightened under a Bodhi tree and developed Buddhism. After proving the Tao and spreading his religion, humans became the dominant species and suppressed the demons. The demons called this era the Dark Era, a time of great suffering for their races. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the complete truth. From Yi Tuizi, he knew that the Buddhist cultivators were peaceful and left the demon race to themselves as long as they did not eat human flesh. An elephant demon looked at a kneeling human. Compared to the others he saw, this person's dress was way better than the sacks he saw all the others wear. Did you finish the task I gave you? Asked the elephant. Yes, I have chosen 200,000 humans for the Lord's banquet. Did you properly choose each individual? Yes. I properly bathed, fed, and even chose the ones with high cultivation talent and special bloodlines. The Lord should be satisfied with this meal. The elephant nodded before going to check the chosen people. He secretly shook his head. No one with cultivation realms, those are the tastiest. Well, I should not expect more from a backward place as this. He then used his space ring to take away all the 200,000 people. And during the entire process, the city lord had a smile on his face. Wang Wei calmly watched this before teleporting to another location, which was a school where a heterogeneous group of demon children interacted. The teacher, a lion demon, had a complete human transformation, unlike the others who only looked humanoid. Remember, children, humans are born aggressive. They were born for conquest, destruction, and hatred. This has been proven based on their activities during the Dark Era. Teacher, from what I saw during last week's field trip, aren't we doing the same thing as humans? No, it is not the same. Humans do horrible things because they are innately evil and corrupt, they enjoy committing sins. We do what we do to protect our race, our culture, and our way of life. So, if we give them a chance to rise, we will suffer an even worse fate. I understand, teacher. That's good. Now, pass me yesterday's assignment. The lion demon collected all the papers and read the first one. Excellent work, Shizazhong. By the power granted to me by the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you 100 community points. Keep up the good work. Then, he read another paper before giving the child some community points, making each of them very happy. At such a young age, they knew that with enough points, they could elevate their status and acquire more resources, they could change their entire life for the better. As Wang Wei observed this school interaction that was probably normal throughout this entire world, he sneered. The supremacy era, huh? Alright, let's begin the era of revolution. I will go to the other bases. And if they are not willing to participate, I'll raise my own force. It seems your excellency is determined. Alright, please tell me your plan. Before we can start, please sign this Dao contract, swearing you will not reveal any information about our discussion. Daoist Greenheart frowned as he looked at the contract. The Dao contract in his hand was the highest level, capable of even binding a great emperor. However, after reading it, he sighed in relief. The contract only stated that he could not reveal any information regarding their discussion and also not betray the human race. Truth be told, Daoist Greenheart admired this foreigner's caution. So, after checking if there were any hidden clauses, he signed with his soul. Then, Wang Wei told him about the first phase of his plan. See, can we really succeed? Of course. The better question is, are you really willing to use such precious resources? Why not? The return would more than enough make up for it, replied Wang Wei. Daoist Greenheart quickly calmed down before processing the information. How do we split the rewards? 8-2, 8 for me. Isn't that too much, especially since you're not risking anything? You should understand that freedom has no actual price. Do you want the human race to be livestock for generations? Daoist Greenheart sighed heavily. You're right. I'll go talk to the other bases. I'll convince them. Remember to have them sign the contract before revealing the plan. If any of them is adamant in his refusal, quickly take him down. Do you suspect there are traitors amongst us? Impossible. Don't be naive. In this cruel world, it would be odd if some people did not sell their kind for survival. Greenheart knew this, but he did not want to accept this. After sighing again, he left. 3 days later, he returned with 3 other middle-aged men wearing distinctive colors of robes. However, they did not look happy. So, who was the traitor? Asked Wang Wei. That does not matter, replied Daoist Redheart. Is your plan really going to work? As long as you guys are willing to place your lives in the line. We are not afraid of dying. We are only afraid of a meaningless death, afraid of leaving the human race in a worse position than it already is. As long as you keep that conviction, everything will be fine, said Wang Wei. Alright, where do we begin? Asked Daoist Yellowheart. This is a list of the demon tribe we must destroy as rapidly as possible, said Wang Wei as he handed them a list, which obviously included the Hell Tiger tribe. I still think this plan is too far-fetched, said Daoist Blueheart. What's your worry? Asked Wang Wei. These demon tribes have between 20 to 30 great emperors as their foundation. How on earth are we going to destroy them? Wang Wei looked at him, and he could tell he was not the only one with reservation. You guys know of Great Rock Emperor? Of course, he is the damned demon who started all our misery. As the first eternal emperor of this world, he had a lasting impact even to this day. The Great Rock Emperor created the demon race's era of dominance, but his policies doomed them for failure as well, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean? Many tribes have more than 10, 20, and even 30 great emperors. However, this is not the result of their strength. The Great Rock Emperor made a secret agreement between the tribes that in each generation, they could select a tribe for the heaven will to be handed to. What? How is that possible? Yelled Taoist Red Heart. This is what happens when a world's heavenly Tao is not as strict on controlling the laws and regulations, added Wang Wei. But, how does that help us with our plan? Asked Blue Heart. Most of the emperors these demon tribes have are only third and second class, with a lot of them even being pseudo-emperors. Pseudo-emperors. Wang Wei looked at the confusion on these people's faces and secretly shook his head. It is of great significance for cultivators to have widened horizons. Great emperors who do not have the Tao heart or proper foundation to bear the heaven wills. How did you guys become Tao ancestors without even knowing such a thing? The four looked at each other in embarrassment. All the records of our human race are destroyed, this includes our history, culture, origin, and even our speaking tongue, said Taoist Greenheart, lamenting that he was currently speaking the demon language. But, you should have lived long enough to learn this. Or, at the very least, learn from the great emperor who created you. The thing is, a great emperor did not create us. We inherited our powers from an inheritance Tao seed. These things can inherit immortal level power. Wang Wei decided to ask Ancestor Wuxia if they had this technology. If not, it would be great to bring it back to the sect. Back to the topic. Because of how weak the emperors of most demon tribes are, they do not have any insurgents. So, with the talisman I gave you, you should be able to destroy them effortlessly. Alright, when do we attack? Asked Red Heart. 3 days from now. So, gather all the people needed. Why not sooner? We need a new and more secure base. Hell Tiger Tribe territory, inside a secret realm. How is Jir doing? Asked a beautiful woman, looking at a body in a green pool. The tribe has used an emperor pill to recreate his foundation. Regrettably, there is nothing we can do about the Tao soar seed. Damn it. How could he waste such a precious thing? It does not really matter. As long as he can defeat his opponent in the upcoming competition, according to the rules, the other tribes would have to hand the heaven will to him. It's not like they have not gone back on their words before. With the seed, he could deter them from acting rashly. The middle-aged man, Yi Tweezy's father, shrugged his shoulder. He also thought his son was stupid to waste the seed, but it was gone, and there was nothing he could do now. What about the person who did that to him? Are we going to let him go like that? The other person is from the most powerful sect in the Myriad Emperor world. So, unless we can get support from the entire alliance for an invasion, it would be suicide to fight them alone. So, he's just going to get away with hurting our son. Sigh, the only way for him to get his revenge is to prove the Tao and hope the other party fails. Otherwise, this is out of our hands. The woman's face became ugly to look at after hearing this. Just as he was about to complain, the entire secret realm trembled. What's going on? The two rushed outside to see the sun shining on them. The Hell Tiger's bloodline was Yin in nature, so their tribe's main headquarters was deep underground, where Yin energy was concentrated. So, it was odd to see the sun. However, this was not even the odd part of the situation. All 27 of the tribe's emperor formations and arrays manifested to protect the tribe from an enormous hand that descended from the heavens. Yi Tweezy's father squinted his eyes after seeing the person controlling the enormous hand. Taoist Red Heart from the human resistance? How could they be so powerful? He could tell the previous attack reached the level of first-class emperor. Suddenly, he remembered the cold, indifferent gray eyes that almost ruined his son's life. Boom! 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 The enormous hand slammed a few times before breaking all the information. Then, the hand killed all the Hell Tiger demon tribes, mortals and immortals alike. Daoist Red Heart proceeded to take all the sect's resources, including the Emperor artifacts, secret realms, and the bodies of the demons, and returned to the base. Across the demon supremacy world, many Emperor tribes were destroyed in just a few minutes before anyone else could react. Using the talisman, which contained the power of the Dao opening sect's insurgents, the Dao ancestors of the human resistance acted swiftly before retreating. Furthermore, Wang Wei gave many humans true monarchs talismans which contained his power, tasking them to destroy the non-emperor or immortal tribes. And with his strength that can slaughter quasi-emperor as if they were nothing but ants, these humans went on a rampage. And unlike the Dao monarchs, these humans were chosen as death soldiers, so they did not need to retreat, only kill until they died. So, in just one day, these humans managed to kill 5% of the demon race's population. They killed 5% of the entire universe's population. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. The madness of these humans, fueled by their hatred, genuinely shocked him. Inside the Resistance's new base, Wang Wei had just finished absorbing the lifespan of a Dao ancestor. Unlike the Dao child, he can absorb 9 cycles of 1 yuan epoch, for a total of 9 yuan epochs. After that, the dead body of the Dao ancestor would disintegrate. As he looked at the lifespan on his hand, he smiled. After absorbing Yi Tuizi's lifespan, he had an idea for all his 8 incarnations to live the limit of mortal, 1 yuan epoch, and spent all that time comprehending the law. Then, he would fuse with them. Once he succeeded, he might exceed Di Tian's golden law tree. For those of you not in my Discord, there is additional information in the previous chapter that I forgot to add yesterday. As Wang Wei gazed at that river, he felt that he was all-powerful and all-knowing. He felt he could control the fate of everything in existence, including all Daos. He felt free. Immediately, he used his willpower to rein his mind. Ooh, that was a little scary. He knew if not for his strong willpower, he would have given in to that feeling, and the river of fate would swallow him, making him a part of it. I can waste time since I don't have long. He used the river of fate to search for a particular string. It took him a few minutes to swim or navigate, but he did find what he was looking for. He did not immediately interact with that string but activated the Shadow One's Chaos Treasure to ensure he could not be detected. Then, he focused on that string. Wang Wei's gaze changed as he saw somewhere in the endless void, countless trillion light-years away from his location, in some unknown world community. It was a humongous beast with a black body, scales, and 1 horn. A Tier 10 void beast, thought Wang Wei as he watched the sleeping beast. He briefly observed it before taking action. He directly used a soul attack, creating a sword that stabbed the beast's sea of consciousness. His attack did not work, but it did anger the beast and woke it up. Then, Wang Wei acted swiftly. Fated destination. He manipulated the beast's fate strings through the river of fate to make it as if he was destined or fated to be at a specific destination, thus achieving teleported. And the destination of that beast was the territory of the Great Rock Tribe in the Demon Supremacy world. Bang! An enormous black beast suddenly appeared on top of the Great Rock Tribe. Luckily, the Emperor formations activated, preventing any catastrophe. However, the beast was now enraged. He was in the middle of an essential cultivation advancement when someone disturbed him, wasting a lot of time. So, he wanted to destroy everything in its sight. In the human resistance base, Wang Wei opened his eyes, his complexion paled. He could sense that his main Buddhist soul was injured in the process. Nevertheless, he knew this was not the end. The Void Beast will not be the opponent of the three insurgents of the Eternal Tribes despite being the equivalent of a great emperor. However, Wang Wei chose one with great defense so it could last longer against these three. He also calculated that the other two tribes would not immediately come to rescue the Great Rock Tribe. They would take this opportunity to weaken them and remove their status as the most powerful tribe in this world. Wang Wei looked at the Emperor artifacts next to him. He asked for 7 for this plan but only used 2. So, he did not hesitate to pocket the other 5 as payment for his services. As for the other 2, they turned into powder after being sacrificed to boost his fate ability. Sir Chu Mo, are you alright? Asked the colored Daoist once he exited the room. There is no time to waste. Remember the plan. Yes. When the other 3 come to the Great Rock's aid, we will take this opportunity to attack and destroy even more Emperor tribes. Good. Now, I have something else to do. Wang Wei's projection teleported to the Great Rock Tribe's main habitat, a towering tree with different caves dug in for people to live. The higher a person lived on the tree, the higher their social status. Before the start of his plan, he stuck one of his spirit particles on one of the tribe's members so his projection could secretly infiltrate. Once he arrived, he began to divine something and even activated his luck, ignoring all the rocks flying around with scared expressions. If my calculations are correct, they should be the ones who have it. He knew he did not have long, so he had to be fast. Soon, he found what he was searching for. It was an entrance to a secret realm. He waved his hand, and a space ring appeared in his hand. It was Great Rock's Patriarch's space ring. With his subtle manipulation of space and the fact the latter was distracted activating the tribe's formation, this was easier than expected. He took out the Patriarch's token from the space ring but immediately frowned as it was connected to its owner and unusable by others. So, he looked in the direction of the Patriarch and copied the latter's fate. Although the Patriarch was a powerful quasi-emperor, he was nothing in front of Wang Wei. With control of the token, he could now access the secret realm he wanted. However, things did not appear to go smoothly. No one was inside as they most likely left to deal with the Void Beast. In such a dangerous situation, everyone's strength is helpful. What stopped him was an emperor formation specially designed to protect what was inside. Wang Wei did not waste time as he took out a talisman from Origin 1 and activated it. He controlled the attack to focus on a specific point of the formation to create a small gap. And from that small gap, he slipped in his array virus that has one of his spirit particles sealed inside. Then, through that particle, his projection bypassed the Emperor formation. However, Wang Wei knew he did not have much time since someone should have detected the fluctuation when he used the talisman. So, when he saw a cauldron with designs of demons inside, his eyes lit up. The demon race's luck-condensing treasure. He calculated that this treasure would be in the hands of one of the 3 eternal tribes. And considering the Great Rock was the first one, they most likely had it, and he was correct. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous desire to swallow the cauldron, and he knew the desire came from the human destiny sword in his hand. After appeasing the sword, he took action. Wang Wei did not immediately take the cauldron as he knew it was semi-sentient and would not allow anyone besides the demon race to touch it. So, he sealed the cauldron before immediately sending it to his main body. This formation will condense the human's luck, ensuring your prosperity. Furthermore, I've cast a luck spell with the formation to create a racial son of destiny. They should be an extremely talented individual born to lead humans to prosperity in this world. I've ensured they will be born in this generation, but you don't have much time to train him before the heaven will. Nevertheless, as long as that person can prove the Tao, the humans of this world will be set. That person has a high chance of winning with the demon slaughter sword, the destiny sword, and how the demon race is currently in shambles. We cannot thank you enough, said Greenheart. No need for thanks. Tell that person they owe me a favor, and I will come to collect the debt in the future. Sir, with all you've done for us, we will go through hell and high for you. Wang Wei nodded. Finally, the last point you have to consider is the lower realm. The four immediately began to listen. The Alliance has essentially conquered the majority of the lower realm, with countless worlds under their control. Although it looked like they were in danger now, give them enough time, and they could replenish their low-level demon population and even recondense their race's luck dragon. Not to mention the large human population in these worlds. So, what should we do? The same tactics we used to deal with the low-level demons, spread chaos amongst them. Now, you can do it yourself or pay me to do it for you. What's it going to be? These Taoists' lips almost twitch. A few seconds ago, they were all emotional and thankful. But now, they were back to doing business. Sir, we will pay, said Greenheart, knowing this was the best option. Wang Wei nodded before talking about his payment from their 20% of the agreement. Then, he went back to the room. The main body acquired a drop of a soul tear, an emperor-level resource of the sect. So, his injuries were healed in just a few hours with enough medical remedies stored in his body. So, he used his soul network to access all the worlds in the Demon Supremacy world community. Usually, he could not see all of them since they were not from his community. But the demon race's chi luck he recently stole connected to many worlds in the lower realm. So, he could divine their position and gain access to them through his soul network. So, he began to instill the demonic bloodline improvement arts in the minds of all the low-level demons across many small, middle, and great thousand worlds. The process was exhausting, but he finished in 4 days. Finally, Wang Wei ended his projection and opened his eyes to the deceiving trial. He stretched his body out before walking out of his room, where Wang Wuqing waited for him. Kid, I don't know what to say. He honestly did not know how to describe the past month's events. Her body shook slightly as the power generated by opening that space traveled throughout her body, destroying everything in its path. Then, the destruction healed and increased her fleshly body strength in the process. Immediately afterward, she used the remaining energy and the chaos chi that her physique condensed to build the immortal aperture, constructing thousands of interconnected divine runes. Regrettably, she only had the resources to make 1/10 of it. The incomplete immortal aperture trembled as it released a power that began to temper her body and elevate it to a higher level. The pain was unbearable to 99% of cultivators, but it was nothing to her as she did not even grunt. To Su Shi, there was no greater excruciating pain than losing the love of her life. After an unknown amount of time, the process ended. So, Su Shi clenched her hands to feel the power coursing through her veins. She felt her strength, endurance, regeneration, and defense greatly enhanced. She believed that once she finished creating the immortal aperture, she would have the strength of a 3-leaf immortal. By then, I will also be able to survive the attack of a 1-leaf immortal. Better yet, I can easily defeat one, she thought, reminiscing about that previous shocking battle. She stood up, feeling better than before. I cannot believe this technique is an incomplete one. She knew from her inherited memories that the Creator mentioned higher layers such as Tao Aperture, Chaos Aperture, and Primordial Aperture. She could not fathom how powerful someone would be after creating these apertures or the resources needed for them. It does not matter. After I prove the Tao, I can search for the remaining of this scripture. And, before anyone asks, no, Wang Wei will not get his hands on this scripture. He cannot have all the good things. Su Shi then proceeded to the next level. She reached the 145th level with her newfound strength, taking the 3rd spot. As for Yi Dafu, he came in 4th in the 110th level, and Mu Lei came 5th in the 105th level. In his trial, Wang Wei finally received the notification that the competition had ended, and as the 2nd place holder, he had a special prize. Then, a book appeared in front of him. 12 Zodiac Powers. He flipped through the book, and his eyes lit up slightly. The book was a battle technique that used his acupoints to recreate the 12 Chinese zodiacs and allowed a cultivator to display many powerful and weird abilities. This is the perfect technique to allow me to display the power of my fleshly body to its full extent. He was satisfied with this reward. Suddenly, he heard Lord Spirit's voice inside the pagoda. The minimum required points for a seated player to challenge another is 500 points. Unfortunately, only the 2nd seated player acquired enough points. So, we will immediately begin the 2nd round of the trial. Yi Dafu squinted his eyes with a great shock. With his heavenly eye, he could see the opponent's acupoints, the increase in strength and speed, the opponent's fly trajectory, and everything else. He could also see his opponent had held back on the power of that punch. He did not defend but went on the offensive instead. He raised his pole and struck the punch. Boom! Yi Dafu flew back a few dozen meters by that punch's force. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he felt that his acupoints had become chaotic, and the zodiac's technique abruptly ended. His eyes lit up as he realized what had occurred. His opponent targeted the weak spot of the technique, forcibly ending it. And since this was the first time he used this technique, he knew he had numerous flaws in the application. So, he instantly modified the flaw the opponent targeted before going on the offensive again. Boom! 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 The clash of these two generated shockwaves that disturbed the clouds. However, Yi Dafu was not happy. It did not take long for him to realize his opponent's tactic, using his heavenly eye to cultivate this new technique. He further activated his bloodline to bode his fleshly body, which was inconsequential to his opponent. So, the Monkey King changed tactics. He distances himself from his opponent before activating his 2nd innate bloodline. Heavenly disaster, meteor punishment. As he waved his staff downward, millions of asteroids bigger than stars appeared in the sky. I, your father, will make you taste the ultimate punishment. Wang Wei calmly looked at this apocalypse scene with calmness. Instead, he took a brief time before this attack descended to comprehend the sheep zodiac power that granted him dominance over the elements. It allows him to convert all his pure physical force into elemental power. For example, he can exchange his 10 primordial dragon force of power for 10 primordial dragon force of elemental destruction. To be more specific, he can use any elements he is knowledgeable of to destroy 10% of a great thousand world instantly. The benefit of this technique is that elements naturally have more destructive ability than pure force. After all, a fire will do more damage than any punch. So, as long as he can train the sheep zodiac to a higher level, he might be able to do 11 or more primordial dragon force damage with only 10. All these thoughts flashed across his mind in a period that can only be described as brief. Then, he blew to the sky, instantly freezing all the meteors before they broke into pieces. As the large ice debris fell on the city, a formation appeared to protect them from creating even more destruction. Meanwhile, Yidafu knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Usually, he easily bullied most of his opponents from the other races with his powerful body. As for the demon race in his world, 99% of them cannot even raise the resistance to fight him after he releases the noble aura from his bloodline.